Hello and welcome to Herzogenaurach, Germany. We're here at the Adidas global headquarters and we are ready for the second edition of the Adizero Road to Records. I am Carrie Tellefson and I'm so excited to have you all here. We will have women and men from all over the globe getting ready to race here. Last fall, we saw 2 world records. Today, we're hoping for 2 more, maybe 6 more world records, personal records, national records, and more. I cannot wait to show you 6 races today. We're going to have 3 men's and 3 women's races. Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited for this event. At 7 a.m., the first event is the half marathon run by our women. Then we're going to make our way through this schedule where we'll see the men's half marathon, the men and women running the 10Ks, and finishing up with the 5Ks. And I am here and joined by Spencer Nell, Director of Sports Marketing. Spencer, what a day.
Hey, Carrie, thank you very much. What a beautiful day. Second edition of the Adizero Road to Records. We are looking forward to something special.
You know, we were here yesterday listening to you speak to the athletes, and you talk to them as if they are your family members. It is so exciting. You said, we have brought you nutrition, and you brought them a new look at nutrition. You brought them new technology. Talk about what your goal is for this event.
I think well, just as a whole, we think we treat our athletes as a family, and they feel special, and that makes us feel wonderful and amazing when they do special things. I think the objective for today is, as you mentioned, we have 21 nationalities here, and the idea is for us to run as fast as possible. It's not about belittling a world record and going out there and just saying we're going to break world records, because that's not what it's about. We want athletes to come here, enjoy themselves, be a part of the family, and then do amazing things by running personal best.
This is the second edition. Are you going to see many more of these?
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to something like this, the first year is sort of an exploration of what you can do. The second year is how can we improve on what we did last year? And I think this year, you know, in the future, what we're going to do is look at it and say, how can we evolve it? What elements do we add to make it even more special?
Well, we have some amazing guests here today. You brought back 2 of those long-standing family members. Let's take a look over here. We're going to see Haile Gebrselassie and Mary Keitany right over your shoulder there, Spencer. What does it mean to bring them back here?
Oh, I've had the pleasure of working with both of these athletes, and, you know, having that special moment with Mr. Gebrselassie in Sydney in 2000 and watching that race and being on the top of my chair screaming my lungs out is just a special moment. And having those moments with both of them when Haile was doing special things at the Berlin Marathon, and then, you know, with Mary in particular at the New York Marathon, and sharing those moments with the 2 of them, it's an honor to be able to bring them back today.
And have them rubbing shoulders with the next generation.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what this is all about. There's so much interaction with these athletes, and they've got so much to share. And, you know, I was talking to Haile on the way here, and he was talking about, imagine if I had these wonderful shoes. I think I would have run 2 minutes faster. And, you know, that's amazing just to be able to say that.
Yeah, well, you guys are doing great things here at Adidas, and we can't wait to see this party start. So let's get going.
Thank you, Carrie.
Well, good morning, everybody. Yes, a wonderful morning. Perfect conditions here in Herzogenaurach. About an hour and a half's drive from Munich, the headquarters of Adidas. Carrie Tellefson will be presenting throughout the day, throughout the morning, the 6 races, and myself, Tim Hutchings, will be with you now for these next 4 or 5 hours covering all these 6 races. Now, Carrie's an optimist, I know that, but that 6 world records, I'm not so sure about that. World records are very, very special and should come just occasionally. 2 last year was quite astonishing here on this 2.5-kilometer circuit in the Adidas campus. In fact, the loop is 2.1 2.504 kilometers. It's 2.5 kilometers and 4 meters long. And the half marathon runners are due underway in about 3 minutes' time. Well, I'm up here on the balcony of the main office building of the Adidas campus, and it is a greyish morning. The sun yet to really break through. Yesterday was glorious here in this part of Germany. Really warm day, over 20 degrees centigrade, a little bit more grey this morning. But actually, do you know what? This reminds me of the running conditions of the morning of the Berlin Marathon every September. Pretty cool, just a little bit nippy, a little bit cold in the air, but no wind at all. Just about perfect. It's probably about 8 or 9 degrees centigrade. I don't know. I haven't checked my phone, but it is nippy if you're just standing around doing nothing. If you've got a race to run, it is spot on. Perfect conditions. It really is. And of course, running. Well, what a sport it is. Do you know what I heard this winter? That there are now over 1 billion runners on the planet. That is the estimate. 1 billion runners on planet Earth. That is quite something. And it's the simplest of activities, isn't it? You don't need a court, you don't need a pitch, you don't need a pool, you don't need a bike or a ball or clubs or rackets or teams or points. There's no offside. You just get out your front door and you run. It is so accessible. And I think more and more people have learnt that over this last couple of years through the pandemic, haven't they? Running and so many other aerobic sports, but running in particular, have absolutely boomed throughout the planet. And that's all to the good. That's all to good to the health of all of us. So yeah, looking forward to the half marathon, which is due off in about 3 minutes' time. Just checking my phone here. There is the start and finish line for many of the races. The half marathon runners, because of the 21.1k distance, is over on the far side. Actually, the start line for the half marathon runners, where the engines are revving with a couple of minutes to go, is about 60 meters from the athletes' hotel, so they didn't have far to go. But road to records, well, there's the circuit. You can see the start of the half marathon there at the top center of picture, and they run in a clockwise direction around the loop. These athletes, of course, have got almost exactly 8 laps to run, and it is the women's half marathon that will get proceedings underway, as Carrie was saying. Small field, of course, just some 14 athletes, including pacemakers. But what a lineup it is. Won last year by Brenda Jepleting in 66.52. And Alamitu Tariku there, the 21-year-old Ethiopian, with the best of 67.58, introduced to the small number of spectators on the circuit so far this morning. Second in Madrid last November with that 67.58. Alamitu, the Kenyans and Ethiopians still, of course, totally dominate global distance running. Nesfin Jepleting was 7th here back in last year in September. Won the Prague half marathon though, just 3 weeks ago. And Rosemary Wanjiru, well, with a best of 65.34. That was from 3rd in the Ras Al Khaimah half marathon a couple of years ago. She is the fastest on paper. This promises to be a super competitive race. A new talent will emerge, there's no doubt about that. You don't want it to be predictable, do you? You want new names to come through. You want to see great racing. Records are a rarity. They are special. But what is important is that you get great racing and unexpected results, I rather prefer. Now, I've just been joined in the commentary box by Carrie Tollefson. Carrie has whizzed from ground level back up here to the balcony of the main Adidas building. And Carrie, you couldn't get much better conditions than this, could you?
Well, right now, there's a little dampness of the air. It's cool, it's chilly, but a perfect way to start the races.
Well, here we go. Under starters' orders. And they're off. And I can tell you that Carrie and I cycled about 2/3 of this circuit yesterday on Adidas provided bikes, although we weren't allowed on 1/3 of it because it was outside the campus. It was kind of awkward. But this first 600 meters or so, Carrie, is a lovely gentle downslope, isn't it? Funnily enough, 2 world records last year, but it's not completely flat, this circuit.
No.
This side of it is a gradual downslope, and the other side, much of it is a gradual climb.
Yeah, the half marathoners will have a nice downhill start, but then there are some ups and downs downs along the way. But I do think the athletes will enjoy that. You know, straight, flat races kind of make it hard, especially in the longer distances. They like the ups and downs. They like the turns. So I think the longer the race, the more they kind of like the ups and downs. They're not huge, but they're enough to change your pace, change your gait, and get you into the race.
Well, that's right. And I mean, you know, I do think that actually I'm guilty as a commentator on track and field and road racing, and many people are, talking about records a little bit too much. You know, if you were to say, well, what is the perfect circumstance for record setting and super fast times, you'd say, well, duh, take a look at the Berlin Marathon course, take a look at the Chicago Marathon course, take a look at these really quick courses, and they are pretty much dead flat. You know, tiny, tiny undulations. And today doesn't have tiny undulations. There's a reasonable climb. I think it's 8 or 9 meters actually, which is what, about 30 feet between one end of the course and the other. So if we get records today, it will be doubly special because of that. 66.52 last year it would be nice to improve on that.
Yeah, I think that's what, you know, I was just speaking to Spencer now about records, and you know, he obviously loves seeing world records here, but they want to see competition. They want to see these athletes push each other and have great races. And so I think we have to think about that first and foremost. And when you see great racing, that's when you see great times.
Absolutely. Well, the pacemakers doing their job out in front. You want pacemakers to set down a nice steady rhythm in the early kilometers to enable the athletes to settle down and not worry about holding a tempo themselves. It takes a lot of the effort out of the first half, let's say, psychologically as well as physically. So the left of picture there is Lilian Chebi. She's a 71-minute runner, so it'd be great for athletes like her if she could break 70 minutes today. That is the benchmark, I guess, of world-class half marathon running for women, 70 minutes. And 66 minutes pace, well, that means 3:08 per kilometer. You can see the clock bottom right of your screen. We will obviously check in their first kilometer. We have got a split system, computerized split system, which we will be trying to follow if our Wi-Fi stays good and we get those splits coming through on a regular basis. There the downslope sort of ends, and there's a little flat bit now as they take that right-hand turn.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to settle in here now and just kind of feel what's happening around them. Who's in this race? Who is, you know, decided to attack the pace. But listen, all of them are in it right now. They all want to get after this 66-minute pace. But you said breaking the 70-minute mark is kind of what everyone is trying to do now. Anytime you see a 1:0 something, you know you're ready to run.
No, absolutely. For the men, of course, the equivalent of 70 minutes is probably about 62, something like that. We're going to have an argument about that, I can tell. I can feel one building up. But yeah, 70 minutes is really great half marathon running. Double that and you're getting into sub 2:20 marathon territory. If your maths is even worse than mine, you can work that out.
Well, what I thought was so interesting, Tim, while we've been here over the weekend at the Adidas headquarters, it's been really cool to see how they have built this event around this event. You know, they brought the athletes in, they brought in different speakers to teach them about nutrition and the technology that they're using here today. You know, Spencer Nell said, let's definitely have you guys come run fast, but we want to help build the whole package. They want to build the social media aspect of athletes, the nutrition aspect, and the technology. So it's been a really fun weekend here so far.
It has, yes, and it will continue through these next 3 or 4 or 5 hours if you stick with us for these Road to Records races. Now, the first kilometre has come through at 3:22. That is 71-minute pace, 71:08. They've gone way too slow there. I know it was out of the blocks and from the start line, but I'd like to have seen them exploit that slight downhill. I'm sure they will wind it up. They'll pick it up. But 3:22 for a downhill kilometre. You kind of want to use the advantage of that side of the course, don't you, and build a bit of a cushion for the upslope.
Well, and it is absolutely perfect running weather, too, so you think about that. But there are some athletes that are coming back from running half marathons not too long ago, so they maybe are shaking off a little bit of those cobwebs from travel and you know, just racing. But yes, 3:22 is a surprise. I would have thought it would, if it were slow, even on the 3:15 pace.
Well, this is a big, big year for all track and field athletes, of course. It is a unique year after the pandemic has delayed some events. The World Championships in Eugene is in late July. There's only a week's break for a lot of the world's athletes. I think 72 countries are going to be in the Commonwealth Games just a week later. And then there's another week's break and it's the European Championship. So in something like 42 days, there are 3 global championships for some athletes this year, major international championships, but it is, of course, the World Championships that is the main target for many athletes. And many of these women will either be aiming for the 10 kilometers, the 10,000 on the track, or else the marathon at those World Championships in Eugene in the Pacific Northwest.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only 1 but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8, we're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Simberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
So the pace continues, and we're hoping it will pick up slightly after that modest first kilometre of 3:22. We're waiting for splits to come through so far on the second kilometre, and they're not that far from 3K, but maybe, Kerry, Rosemary Wanjiru just sensing the 27-year-old Kenyan that the pace isn't quite as crisp as it could be, because she's moving right up alongside the pacemaker there, Joycelyn Chemutai. Joylyn Chemutai.
Yeah, sorry, Tim. Rosemary has a personal best of 105.34, so you know she's antsy when she can feel that pace a little bit slow. Yes, she likes to win, but she also likes to run at a pace that she's used to. She's coming off of running 109.27 on March 20th, but it's still, when you're holding back, there's something about that, and you know this as a runner, when you're not right in your rhythm, it almost makes it harder. So maybe trying to find that right pace for her is what she's doing.
Well, she is fantastically strong and fast, is Rosemary Wanjiru. She won the Cherry Blossom 10 mile in 2019 in 50:42, one of the quickest female times ever for 10 miles. She has great speed too on the track. She was 4th in the World Championships 10,000 in Doha back in 2019. So she has it all. And she does look very relaxed there, doesn't she, yes. Rosemary Wanjiru? Very, very comfortable as the others all tuck in. I don't think there's any wind. I don't think there's any slipstreaming going on, but maybe she has picked it up a little bit.
You know, it was interesting. Yesterday we were speaking with her agent, and he said she went to high school in Japan. She lives and trains in Japan. So that was kind of a tidbit that I thought was interesting, that she actually has grown up in Japan.
No, exactly. And of course, the Japanese culture and its strict disciplines of general lifestyle for the population when applied to endurance athletes, it's absolutely ideal for the regime you need to live that sort of monastic lifestyle of getting to bed early, getting up, getting the hard training done, resting, basically living your life in a very structured way, which is what you need. You need that rhythm of a daily routine to optimize your abilities as a distance runner.
Yeah, you know, very high mileage. They definitely need to have that monotony and have that time where you are resting and doing all of the small things in order to run at this level. I mean, listen, and she is one of the very best we've ever seen at the half marathon distance. And placing fourth in the 10,000 on the track too. She obviously has wheels, she's got some speed, but going up in distance.
Well, 11 minutes on the clock. Again, just to apologize, haven't got the splits coming through just yet for 2K and 3K, but I think the pace has picked up a little bit. They're beginning to stretch out. Vivian Jepkamai-Meli is there, making her debut here, the 19-year-old. There's quite a spread. I mean, I'm just checking through the athletes in the various races coming through this morning here in the Herzogenaurach. Some athletes are just 17 years old, others are way into their mid-30s. So a real spread of ages, and other athletes grabbing their opportunity, some athletes grabbing the opportunity to get a race in relatively early in the year. For many of them, it is their first race of the year. Some of them have had 3 or 4 races, some cross-country races in Europe or back in Kenya.
Yeah, getting to be over here, part of this Adidas family, as we've talked about. This is exciting for some of those that are either having a debut in this distance or if they are just seeing the distance for the first time this year. But yeah, it is a perfect day. You know, you talked about wind. There isn't one leaf that is blowing right now, Tim. The temperature is perfect. There is a little bit of a dewiness, so it's a little damp out there. But it's a great way to start the season. It's not easy to start a season when it's hot and humid or windy, rainy conditions. To have it perfect conditions, it's a nice way to see where you're at.
No, absolutely right. And of course, athletes of this caliber, world-class racers, don't race so many times in the year. Few of them race often. And it means that a race like this can be something that is the result of a build-up of several months of hard training. They want desperately to get it right on the day.
Well, you don't want the interruption of racing, right? I mean, there are so many athletes now that are starting to do half marathons and even marathons back-to-back. But when you need that base training, we always talk about that, you need a solid 4 to 6 months of really heavy training, getting your body ready to set you up for the next 6 months. I mean, that's the big thing. We're talking about the World Championships this summer, and we're also talking about a lot of people getting ready to debut in their marathon next fall. A lot of athletes in this race right now are saying they're going to run next fall.
Well, wasn't it interesting talking to some of the agents yesterday who were here? They're saying, oh yeah, going to make a marathon debut in the autumn or the fall, as you guys would call it. And you know, that means September, so you're looking at Berlin, or October, you're looking at Chicago, or November, you're looking at New York, but they wouldn't tell us which ones.
Like
and actually,
Rosemary.
I think some of them are still haven't been signed up. You know, they're playing, keeping their cards close to their chest, and keeping the race directors guessing.
I know, I love it. They're keeping us, the announcers, we want to know.
yeah, exactly. Well, this group are very tightly bunched. Nobody really trying to blow them away at the moment. You can see another athlete there, Zedi Bezebeck, the Ethiopian, who's a 2:29 marathon runner. There to the left of picture in the all black towards the back of the group. This is sort of almost speed work for her, and they negotiate that little upslope, and now it flattens out a little bit.
Both my grandparents were track and field athletes as well as my mom, so we've always inspired each other. I grew up right on the coast, so all my early memories involved being around water. The connection to the oceans and rivers has always been something my family has shared together. My grandfather was always a really big role model for me. Coming from mainland China, he never got to interact with the ocean, so it was the rivers that he felt connected to. When he moved to Canada, the ocean was completely new for him, and it was something he fell in love with. My grandpa taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
Well, I just sense there's been a pickup in the tempo. One athlete has dropped off the back there, Carrie, already with, 15 minutes on the clock. So they're not even at a quarter distance yet. And one or two athletes finding it too hot.
Yeah, this is a long race. You have to stay within yourself, but that is a tough spot for that one and only athlete to be sort of in no woman's land. You know, you either want to attack and be on that pack, or you need to be really self-disciplined to watch your own to watch your own splits and stay on your race plan.
Well, the tallest of the group there to the right of picture, just behind Rosemary Wanjiru, is Cynthia Nolari. She's a 70-minute half marathon runner. 70:46, in fact, the 21-year-old, and she will be hoping to grasp this opportunity to push down into sub-70-minute territory. And Alamitu Tariku is dropping back already off the group, and that is a real surprise. She's a 67-minute performer, 67:58. There's Gianni Di Madonna, one of the agents present here. He's got about 35 athletes here in the Herzogenaurach, but Alamitu dropping back already is a real surprise. She was second in the Madrid half marathon back on the 14th of November when she set that personal best under 68 minutes. So we know she's been in good shape, and she is dropping back really quickly in the background there. That is that's the first big surprise of the day, really.
For the first time, we're seeing Nesveen Jepleting right there up on the shoulder of the pacemaker, and Nesveen is something else. She is very good, but what we heard yesterday is that she loves tough courses and she loves tough weather. So today, we're going to have to see how she performs, because it isn't necessarily a tough course. Now, there are those little ups and downs that seem little when you're looking at it, but when you're out there, you can feel them. The weather isn't so challenging for her today, but she is a tough athlete. That's the main thing, is she is tough as nails.
Well, the 5-kilometer split has come through 16:10 at 5K. That's 68:14 tempo. That's the projected pace. And that last kilometer actually was 3:05. So they have picked it up. When you think that the first kilometer was 3:22, they've covered the 5th kilometer in 3:05. That is probably why Alamitu is just feeling the temperature there. Alamitu is feeling the heat, I should say, because they have really kicked on this last couple of kilometers.
Yeah, you could see all of them heading over to get their bottles early on in the race, and that's what they need to do, make sure they stay on top of their hydration and their nutrition early in this race. Even though it is cool and the weather seems to be very fitting for this distance, they need to make sure they're practicing and they're figuring this out, especially for those that are doing the longer distances maybe next fall.
No, absolutely right. I mean, you know, a lot of people would say, well, in cool weather, hydration during a half marathon is not that critical. You know, these athletes will do plenty of runs of 1 hour, 2 hours without many drinks, let's say, during the training run. You know, I mean, if you and me used to 1 hour training runs, you wouldn't have a drink on a training run for an hour.
But they're learning different things now, and, you know, they're still out there for 60 minutes or so, and you definitely need to figure out what's best for your body.
So if you just joined us in the last few minutes, we're in Herzogenaurach, about an hour and a half from Munich in southern Germany. We're in Bavaria. The time is 7:19 local time here in Germany. And this is the second edition of the Road to Records on the Adidas campus, the global headquarters with a brand with 3 stripes. It's a day of elite road racing. And the 6-kilometer time has just come through for this women's half marathon, the first of 6 races on the day, 19:14. At 6K. So, Carrie, they are beginning to kick on. That last kilometre was a 3:04. It's gradually winding up long before halfway.
Now we're down to 107.38 for the projected finish. They are winding it up, and you can hear the crowd start to get louder. People are seeing that the runners are out here, and they're excited. But yes, winding it up. This is one of the ways that we want to see people run the half marathon. We want to see them wind it up and negative split, but it is one of the hardest ways to run, especially for those athletes that are right here at their PR pace, their personal best pace. This is a tough way to get there.
It's a tough way to run a fast time when you start off with the first kilometre of 3:22. You know, they lost about 15 seconds in that first kilometre, particularly when it was mostly a downhill kilometre. So I suspect somebody on the sidelines, maybe one of the agents or coaches, and there are plenty of them here dotted around the course, has yelled at Joylin Chemuta there in the yellow, the pacemaker, and said, come on, kick it on, move it along.
Well, and listen, Tim, when you let other people into a race, if you're a 107 gal and you can run a 105, you're letting other people into the race when you're slowing that much. Yes, you can run faster the second half, but when you're letting people in, it's a different mentality. It's a different type of race. So I can imagine lots of coaches and agents would say, hey, let's get going. Let's get back to where we need to be and let's get racing.
Vivian Jepkamai-Melli there in the blue, just looking a little bit strained, the 19-year-old. She's working hard, and I guess you could say in a half marathon, if you are struggling before halfway, then you are going to have a tough day at the office. You really need to be cruising. I mean, they've been running for, what, 21 minutes? They're at a third distance, not even a third distance yet, and therefore you need to be comfortable here. And you look at Rosemary Wanjiru to the right there, and she does look comfortable, doesn't she? Just chugging along, nice rhythm, the arms are held quite closely to her chest. Got a very relaxed style. By contrast to Joylin Chemutai is a more powerfully built woman, and the shoulders swaying from side to side there. But everybody has their own little idiosyncrasies in the way they run. There is no perfect textbook way of running as a distance runner. Everybody's build is different, bone structure is different, muscular structure is different. But at the moment, Rosemary Wanjiru looks incredibly compact and composed, doesn't she, there to the right of picture?
She looks really smooth. Her eyes aren't necessarily down onto the ground, but looking up, out in the horizon. You know, when we were on this course yesterday, you were saying how if you look at the splits, you might see some big differences because of the slight incline and the slight downhill. And it is going to be interesting to see what happens now as we see the 7-kilometer split come through here.
Yeah, 22:30 at 7K. That was a 3:16 that last kilometre. Now that I think was because of a slight upslope. The projected finish time 67:49, so still about a minute slower than last year's winning time. But I get the impression that one or two athletes, for example Rosemary Wanjiru, are holding back here, taking this first half of this half marathon. 8 laps, by the way, of course, of this 2.5-kilometre circuit. Taking the first half of it in a pretty easy way, and then maybe she'll kick on and break up this group, because that is a very tightly bunched little group. You could throw a big blanket over that group. There's not much in it at all. And you can see Vivian Melli there to the left of picture, with a semi-grimace on her face. At least it certainly looks like it, but everybody, just as in their running style, has a different expression on their face when they run. Some athletes look relaxed and they're actually under enormous pressure, and vice versa. Some athletes look like they're straining and they're feeling very, very good.
Well, just a reminder, Vivian is running her debut half marathon, and there is a lot of thinking that goes into that. You know, when you're racing, one of the things we want to do is not think and just race. But when it's your first time covering the distance, you're thinking about what is going on inside of me and around me. So yes, that might be why we're seeing different expressions by Vivian.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only 1, but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Sinberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. We're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Semberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Semberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Well spread across the road there, 5 abreast. It's a clear indication that there is no wind at all in Herzogenaurach. Conditions absolutely as good as they could possibly be for this half marathon for the ladies. The first race of the day. They got underway, almost 27 minutes ago now. They've gone through 8K, Kerry, in 25:42. That is 5 miles for those of you who like to think in feet and inches and miles. The last kilometre, 3:12.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I'm loving about Rosemary is just watching how easy she looks. You know, this is a woman that seems to get better as she goes up in distance. Her 5,000 meters, 15:03 PR on the track. Then she moves up to the 10,000 where she placed 4th at the World Championships. Then she runs a 1:05 half marathon, talking about going to the marathon distance next. It just seems like as the distance goes on, even in races, she becomes better.
No, that's absolutely right. You know what's interesting too about this generation of distance runners, kind of since I was running a long time ago, 30 years ago, if you go back 20 years and 10 years, there are adjustments in these sort of cyclical elements of the distance running world at elite level. And athletes now, they think it's absolutely normal to run 3,000 and 5,000, then to move up to 10,000, and then to the half marathon, and then to the marathon. Back in my day, and I'm talking about the 1970s, 1980s, people thought that if you're a track runner, you had very little chance moving up to the marathon. Even 10,000 meter runners, not many of them moved up to the marathon because there was a mentality that you retired around 30, 31, whereas now people carry on racing well into their mid or late 30s. Look at Haile Gebrselassie,
right.
Haile, he was in breakfast this morning. He's looking just as young or as old as he did when he was breaking marathon world records. But there was just a more freedom in thinking, I think. People are realizing that actually there are no limitations, there are no limits, and if you're a great 5,000 meter runner, of course you will be thinking about a marathon one day. That was not the mentality 25 years back.
Oh, it's totally the mentality now. The range that these athletes have from 1,500 meters all the way up to the marathon. But I also think that there are new technologies out there, and we're seeing them on our feet right now, that are helping these athletes be able to run longer and even have a longer career because they are saving their legs. So we'll get into more of the technology, but it definitely is playing a big factor on the world of running right now.
Both my grandparents were track and field athletes as well as my mom, so we've always inspired each other. I grew up right on the coast, so all my early memories involve being around water. The connection to the oceans and rivers has always been something my family has shared together. My grandfather was always a really big role model for me. Coming from mainland China, he never got to interact with the ocean, so it was the rivers that he felt connected to. When he moved to Canada, the ocean was completely new for him, and it was something he fell in love with. My grandpa taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
Well, they've just gone through 9 kilometers, these ladies, this pack, with the pacemaker having just dropped out. She's done a solid job, Joylin Chemutai, but she has dropped back in that yellow vest. 28.52 at 9K. That 9th kilometer was a 3:10. So the last 3 kilometers have been 3:16, 3:12, 3:10. They're gradually accelerating. The projected time at the moment, Carrie, 67.39. But I rather fancy they're going to run negative splits here today. I think the second 10K through to 20K will be significantly quicker. They're coming up towards 10K, of course. That's, what, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes away. But I suspect we'll see Rosemary Wanjiru there, the pre-race favourite, and by over a minute, the quickest on paper. I think we'll see her begin to tank along more once they're past 10K.
Well, we saw that Nesvin was up there trying to push the pace a little bit, or just keep it even, and then Rosemary didn't like that too much. She wanted to get back in the lead. She got back around Nesvin, the woman in blue there, and, you know, she just started to push the pace a little bit. But she has to know, Rosemary has to know that Nesvin has a PB of 106.57 that she just ran not too long ago. So she's keeping that in mind, even though she knows she's about a minute ahead of her. If you look at them on paper, she has to know that she's got to keep the pace honest and keep the pressure on.
Well, there's 7 in the pack at the moment as they negotiate the top end of the course, so to speak. They're at effectively at the top of the hill, and now as they approach 10K, they will follow a big sweet downhill strip past the pods that were built on this Adidas campus for the German football team in recent years. They're like little private apartments almost, but many of the staff working on this event or visitors working on this event are staying in them as opposed to the hotel where the athletes are based. And Rosemary Wanjiru now just beginning to move to the front and maybe getting the bull by the horns. We're almost at 10K. In fact, we should be through. They are through 10K. 32.04 at 10K. 32.04 at 10K. Now, to be on sub 67-minute pace at 10K, they need to be around 32 minutes, and that is what they're on. So they are beginning to home in on sub 67-minute pace. And Brenda Jepleting's winning time last year, 66.52, is now very much the target. That last kilometre, 3:13, but that did include a slide up slope. So 32.04 is good, healthy running.
It is. This is the point of the race where you really want to make or break it. You know, you have to stay focused. You have to keep the pressure on, because emotionally, this is where it's tough.
Well, all these athletes, of course, are Adidas sponsored, and shoes are a critical part of their equipment, the most important part of the equipment these days for every one of these athletes. They have quite a selection, and each of them has chosen the one that's best for them. Well, don't forget that you can sign up for the Adidas app and go into a lottery, in effect, for a pair of Adizero Pro 2 running shoes, the state-of-the-art running shoes produced by Adidas, and they will be signed by the winner, I understand.
Pretty cool.
Karen. Some of the winners.
They are amazing. The shoes are amazing, and it is so much fun to try and run a 5K, half marathon, whatever. I ran a marathon last year in my Adidas.
You don't need to rub it in just because you're a youngster. Well, you're a sprightly young thing. You've run in the last couple of days in some of these shoes, haven't you, around the campus?
You do. You feel faster. There's an extra spring in your step. and you just feel like you're world class.
Yeah, you wish.
You can dream, right?
Yeah. Dream? I can't remember that long ago.
Oh, look at her go, though.
Now,
Here, she's starting to
now
push.
the hammer has gone down through 10K in 32.04, and it's almost, wow, there's some good running going on alongside the athletes there, but it's almost as though somebody has pulled a switch, and Rosemary Wanjiru now is beginning to crank it up, and I suspect we will see gaps appear. And in fact, is that Vivian has dropped back. Vivian Melly, the debutante, has dropped back in the background. You can see her easing away from the pack in a negative way, and we're down to a group of 6, Carrie, and I think this attack from Rosemary Wanjiru will see it whittle down pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it hasn't phased her, right? I mean, look at her. You can see she's just looking like she's getting into race mode. She hasn't changed anything with her facial expression. Her arm carriage is right there. She just has pushed the pedal down a little bit. She just put the pressure on.
Well, she has. They've gone through 11K in 35.06, and that was the quickest kilometre of the race. 3:02, the 11th kilometre. We're heading down towards sub-3 minute tempo, and that would be super fast for these athletes. If Wanjiru can maintain this for a few kilometres, her projected time and likely time will come rocketing down to sub-67 minutes, and maybe quicker. Don't let's forget her 65.34 for 3rd place in the super competitive world record course in Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. A couple of years ago, she was 3rd there in 65.34, and that is a rarefied territory that she's in. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Vivian Melly. She's got, some 9 kilometres of running to do on her own. Here she is. She's dropped back. Now, what she's got to do is really think on her feet here, Kerry, hasn't she? She's got to, not push too hard here so that she has a dreadful last 5K, dreadful last couple of laps. She's got about almost 4 laps to go. She's really got to try and manage her resources intelligently this next half hour. Yeah,
I was hoping that she was just laying off the pace a little bit. She could feel that real push in that 11th kilometer there, but it looks as if now she is back there. She's going to have to keep her eyes on this pack, and once the pack starts to break up, play that game of catching one by one. Start thinking about different ways to get back in the race. This is a make or break point for her to be able to keep her wits, keep her mind in the right place, regroup, and attack again.
Well, they're on the slight upslope now. I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with Tigist Assefa there, to the left of the group. Tigist Assefa, who is a 28-year-old Ethiopian with a best of 68.24. That came in Valencia. She was 5th back in 2019. Now, bizarrely, Assefa, who we saw just now, I was checking her out last night. She's run 54 for 400.
Yep.
She's run 159 for 800. Kerry, that's even quicker than you.
It is way quicker than me. And
what was your PR for 800?
I did it in practice. I didn't even race at 2:04.
That's awful.
I know,
that's
come
awful.
on. Quit talking about me. We're not talking about me.
1,500-meter runner?
Stop it.
You should have been able to run
15:04 5K. That one's better.
I mean, people will, so often we talk about, and we were talking a few minutes ago about how track runners become road racers now, half marathon and marathon. And many people, a lot of the purists of the distance racing world say, well, look, track form and speed is not that relevant for the roads because it's more about strength and being able to hold that high-end speed for half an hour or 2 hours or more. And that is true to an extent. But actually, if you've got that potential for cadence to turn your legs over, and it comes to a sprint finish, it's got to help. You've just got that extra gear.
Well, it's interesting. I'd like to ask Tigist why she decided to turn to the roads or turn to the longer distances. When you've run 159, sub 2 minutes for 800, what is the reasoning behind going for such long races? I mean, most people want to get it over with. So you would think she would stay in the shorter distances, but clearly she's handling these moves, she's handling this distance, and she's running really well today.
Well, they've just negotiated the upslope, and that last kilometre up to 12K, a 3:15, one of the slowest of the race so far. But the projected finishing time is still 67.25. 12K, 38.21. That was the split. And Yeah, Wanjiru looking comfortable still, isn't she? Even though she's very, very gradually turning the screws. She's turning up the dial one click at a time every lap or so.
Which hurts so bad. But, you know, you wonder what her mentality, if we could just get in her head for a little bit and wonder what she's thinking. Is she just putting the hurt on a little bit each and every kilometer? Is she waiting to put that real big hurt on in the last 5 kilometers? I would just love to know what she's thinking right now, because she looks as if she is in command. She looks very easy. Her form is great. And clearly, she is the person to beat today with the time that she has on paper.
Well, there's one athlete right up alongside her, or just behind her. That's Ainadis Mebrit of Ethiopia. She is relatively anonymous. Do you know what? I looked at the reference sites. We don't even know her age. She's run 69.5 minutes for a half marathon. There's nothing else available for her in her bio, apart from that and the fact that she's run 16:11 for a 5,000 at altitude up in Addis Ababa. Now, we know Addis is very high. The air is thinner. There's less oxygen. So it does affect your running negatively. So 16:11 in Addis is actually pretty good. It's probably worth way down there towards the 15.5 minutes or quicker area. But she is a bit of a dark horse, is Ainadis Mebrit. And she is tucked in there behind Rosemary Wanjiru. Tigist is going well too. Tigist is safer. So a couple of the sort of less well-known names are tucked in there right beside each other and behind Rosemary Wanjiru.
Yeah, they've committed. You know, they know Rosemary's background. They know her CV. They know what she's done, but they've committed. They are attacking these moves that she's making. Even though they are a slight push, they are attacking it with her and trying to hang on to one of the world's best.
Fator Zedi Bezebeck, the 25-year-old, to the back left of the group there with Zedi on her bib. She's a 2:29 marathon runner, but she has run 68:30 for the half. And already this year, she was second in Naples back on the 27th of February, the Naples or Napoli half marathon. I was lucky enough to be able to call that one back in a couple of months back. She was also fourth in Prague just 3 weeks ago, where she ran 68:53, so she's in really good recent form, is Zedi. Watch her. She's just tucked in at the moment. And you don't know, do you, Kerry, when an athlete's sit in a pack like this, if one or two of them who just do not show at the front but hang in there and just let the kilometres click by, if they're feeling pretty good and waiting to really utilise something in reserve in the last couple of kilometres.
Well, and that's why when you start a race like this so slow, and you have athletes like Rosemary Wanjiru, who has run 105, if you don't start picking the pace up and if you don't start making the race honest, then you do let people in. And that's what we were talking about. You let athletes in that maybe have never been there or you don't know enough about. You know, not all of these athletes study all of the athletes around them, so they have to still race. And I know that they all do that, but this is interesting. Now we're looking at Rosemary just taking a look back. Might be a couple athletes getting up on her heels a little bit, keeping it honest and saying, hey, we're still here. There's a group of 6 of them.
Well, just doing some checking, and Ainadis Mebrit is just 17 years old. She's not even 18 yet. Made her debut in the half marathon in Aspetia in northern Spain. That was a 69:29 run. That is her personal best. So
very
she's
solid debut.
Young with recent form. Yeah, exactly. Fancy making a debut, 69 minutes. Exciting, isn't it, when you get athletes who are broaching new territory. And it's wonderful to see young women, Kerry, who've been training so hard for months and months, grasping the nettle with both hands and really going for it. This opportunity to run quickly here in perfect conditions in this purpose-built or purpose-set-out circuit, 2.5-kilometer circuit here in Herzogenaurach.
Well, let's face it too, Tim. I mean, we haven't mentioned it. They're here on the Adidas headquarters, and they have a lot of eyes on them right now. There's a lot of important people that are watching them race and being able to see how they look and maybe what their future looks like. And as an athlete, we know that, you know, we know that there are things on the line when you're racing. And so I'm sure they want to have a really good performance here today, not only for all of us to see, but for the people that hire them and for the people that pay for them to run fast.
Well, absolutely right. They've gone through 13 kilometers, by the way, in 41:31. The last kilometer was 3:10. The projected finishing time 67:22. But the pack is still 6 strong. And I just get the feeling that Rosemary Wanjiru, the favourite, hasn't yet taken off her gloves. You know, she's not really shown her cards. She's letting this third quarter of the race click by, keeping the pace honest, and she has been at the front now for, what, a couple of laps, a long time. She's been the one doing the work. Not really testing them yet, though, and I just wonder how many gears she's got left that the others will not have.
Yeah, she looks very smooth. She looks like she's not, you know, afraid of being up in the front. She's not asking other people. A lot of times we will see athletes sort of signal for others to take the lead just for, you know, a little bit, to give a little bit of rest on the one that has been leading. But nope, Rosemary looks good and in control, and she likes to be up front.
Well, the last kilometre, 3:13. They've gone to 14K and a 3:13. So they've gone, the last 3K have been 3:15, 3:10, 3:13. It hasn't, that 3:02 was, I think, when Rosemary Wanjiru kicked in really hard and just sort of tested the field. It was almost like putting in a hard lap in the middle of a 10,000 metre race on the track, just seeing who wants to go with it. And the answer was, well, plenty of them are sticking with it. 14K in 44:44. So the projected time there, still 67:25. And that does look that what they're heading for at the moment is something down in the low 67s. Maybe if Wanjiru can push it on these next few laps, then she will get down to that winning time of last year, 66:52. Anything under 67 is special. You know, we've become very accustomed to kind of taking for granted these times because the world record has now come out of this incredible split of 62 minutes. We kind of think, well, 65 minutes there, so what? You know what? 65 and 66 minutes is still supreme racing, really quick. Just looking, that's 62:52 by Zedi was set in Valencia back in October, 24th of October. The Ethiopian running 62:52 to break the world record by 59 seconds. 59. Yeah. I mean, it was unbelievable. I say she won the race by 59 seconds. She actually broke the world record by, oh boy, a minute and 10 seconds.
And there's about 10 athletes that have gone under 65 minutes already. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. And you know, a lot of it is because of this new generation of shoes, but the athletes themselves are benefiting from so many other marginal gains. You know, we've been talking about the special drinks that they're taking now. The training is becoming more and more sophisticated. They're getting better and better coaching big groups of athletes in Kenya and Ethiopia.
And the training with these shoes, right? I mean, the big thing about these shoes is that you can recover faster, you can run faster in your intervals, in your practices, and in your races. And the recovery, I think, is the big thing. People are saying their legs just have never felt better.
No, that's right. The shoes help them.
Hello everyone and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only one, but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. We're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Semberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Well, they've gone through 15K here in Herzogenaurach on the Adidas campus in this women's half marathon in 48:02. It was actually about the slowest kilometre of the race leading up to that point, at 3:18. But this next kilometre, I'm sure, will be fast because they've done the downslope. The 16K points will be very soon. The 15K marker, 48:02. As you can see, it was almost 3 minutes ago from that clock on the bottom right of your screen. Now they're negotiating a flat section and then an uphill into this final quarter of the race. And still, Rosemary Wanjiru isn't kicking in hard. I don't know if she's having a bad day at the office or she's keeping her cards close to her chest, Carrie Tollefson. But what is developing here is a wonderful race at about 67.5-minute tempo. We're down to 6. And nobody really looking like they're struggling out of this sextet.
I was surprised to see these 6 still in this race right now. You know, Rosemary has not really put the hammer down, if she's going to today, but still 6 well within themselves, all racing. Maybe a little bit of space in between people, having to regroup a little bit here and there. But Rosemary looks good. Tagis looks great. Zara looks awesome. You know, it's going to be a fun finish.
I'm just wondering if Cynthia Nolari, the 21-year-old Kenyan, is beginning to struggle at the back of the group there. The tallest of the group. She's a couple of meters back. Nolari is a 70-minute performer, a 70:46 actually. So she's moving at a tempo, to her credit, for 16K now. They've gone through 16K at a pace that is 3 minutes quicker and more than she's ever run at before. So 16K, 51:08, and the last kilometre, sure enough, because they did negotiate the downhill section, 3:06. That's the 16th kilometre, one of the quickest yet, and the projected finish time is still 67:25. It's not going to be a super fast day of records, but what is building is a fabulous last couple of laps, because they've got, about 5K to go. That means 2 laps of the circuit. And I wouldn't want to put money on any one of these 5. Cynthia Nolari definitely struggling.
Nesveen starting to struggle a little bit. As you can see, they're climbing just a little bit here, and every little bit now, you can see a little more effort going into those climbs. You know, when we got here, we thought this course was going to be super flat and fast. It is not super flat. There are ups, there are downs, and we have to remind people of that. It is not the easiest course out there, but it is a fast course.
Well, it makes the 2 world records of last year all the more remarkable, doesn't it? You know, there was a world record in the women's 5K and there was a women's only world record in the women's 10K last year. I don't think we're going to see a record in this half marathon here this morning, the first of 6 races in Herzogenaurach, but we are seeing a fantastically competitive race, and I think we've gone from 6 to 5, and you may be right, it could be down to 4 now. Tigist Asefa looking fantastic for an athlete whose best is 68. She's running at a tempo a minute quicker than she's ever run before. and Zedi Bezebeck, Zedi Bezebeck, who is a 68.30 athlete, she too, on the left of picture. They're moving a minute quicker than she's ever run in her life.
But listen, one of the big things when you come to the Adizero Road to Records, it is the road to records. And they wanted all of these athletes to not just think about the world record, right? We talk a lot about that because there were 2 set here last year. But they want to see personal records. They want to see national records. So a lot of these athletes have come here and committed to a pace that they know might not be the world record, but it might be a new personal record. And it might not be the win for them. But when they walk away with a personal record, that is an individual win.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, it's about increments, isn't it? You know, it's about taking little steps forward in your career. And if 3 or 4 of the women in this group actually run PRs, run personal bests, then that's a big jump forward for them. You know, and they will become stars of the future, bigger stars of the future. Very few people go from obscurity to superstardom overnight. That's not what distance running is about generally. You build your career race after race, making little incremental improvements against the clock. 17K, 54.27. There it is, and that last kilometre, 3:19. So there are these huge fluctuations from the downslope side of this course to the upslope. They've just negotiated the upslope, so that 3:19 takes them within 4 kilometres of the finish. And now they go across the top of the course, in effect, on a slightly flat section, and then there'll be the downslope.
They'll like this section. This is the section where they're starting to think now, okay, when am I going to make my final move? When am I going to get ready to get up on my toes and go? You know, you don't want necessarily to let it come down to that sprint, because we know Tagisa Sefo has that killer kick. She's got a 159, 800-meter kick. We don't want her on your shoulder with 400 meters to go. So this is where Rosemary's probably starting to calculate a little bit. How am I going to get this pack to break up, and where do I want to go? She's even looking around. This is what she's doing.
I'll tell you what, though, Nesfine in the background there, in the blue, Nesfine Jepleting is putting on a really tough performance, because she looked like she was gone a couple of minutes ago, drifting away from the back of the group, and she's got her head down and battling to stay with them into their slipstream, sort of being dragged along. And it's a case of that sort of invisible psychological elastic that is stretching now, and she's being tested here with every few hundred meters that goes by. The others are looking really relaxed in the group, aren't they? But she is the head rocking from side to side. She is working hard to stay with this quartet in front of her.
Well, in the half marathon, you have ebbs and flows, right? You feel good for some of the race. You have some moments that might not be so great, and that might have been a moment where she was working through something. But she is so tough, Nesfine, right now. She is off of this pack, but she's trying to hang on. She's trying to regroup and catch them. We are in the flat section. She will have a downhill section coming up here, and maybe she can regroup enough to get back on the tail of this pack.
Well, there she is, Nesfine Jepleting, and she has been in fabulous form. She won the Prague Half Marathon back on the 2nd of April in her personal best, 66.57, and a windy, cold day in the Czech capital. It wasn't great conditions. And in fact, talking to her agent yesterday, he said she tends to run better in really tough conditions. She likes conditions that test her and test the other athletes, and that's when she comes to the fore. And maybe because conditions are perfect here this morning in Herzogenaurach, it's not to her liking. She was 7th here last year, so she knows the circuit. She ran 69.25 last year. Looks like she's going to run a minute or two quicker than that today, but she has been in wonderful form, and I expected her to be one of those battling it out on the final lap, I must admit. So she will be a little frustrated, I think, if these 4 get away from her.
Well, her agent did say she's a newcomer to the sport. She's learning this sport. Yes, she's very good and running very well, but she is still new, so she's still learning how to work through it. But you can see the space between the top pack and Nesfine is getting bigger.
Well, they've gone through 18 kilometers now with a 3:12. That was 57.38. So the last 3 kilometers have been 3:06, 3:19, 3:12. These 4 still stretched across the road. And the athlete who stands out here against the clock, on paper, who looks significantly superior, is Rosemary Wanjiru. But Wanjiru, at the moment, has these three for company, and she's going to be made to really work for this one. If she's to take victory here, it'll be fascinating to see what unfolds over these next this next lap and a half, because that's all that's left now. Zedi to the left of picture, Zedi Fator. In fact, her full name is Fator Zedi Bezebeck. She's a strong marathon runner, best of 68.30. Second to left at the moment, in third place. And they are shifting now. That was a great shot, wasn't it? The side-on view, where you really get to appreciate the speed that they're moving at. And Nesvin Jepleting has at last had to let go. She hung on, she battled to stay with the group, but in the blue, they're back in fifth place. She is now beginning to lose ground pretty quickly. And the bell being run for the final lap here in Herzegovina. One lap left of the 8 that these athletes have had to negotiate, or will have negotiated by the time of the finish line. And it is, in fact, Tigist Asefa who hits the front and now begins to make the first significant move of the race. They've all looked pretty comfortable, these four, throughout the race. They've seen one or two athletes peel off the back. Ainadis Mebrit, the 17-year-old, has had a fabulous run, but she's grimacing. They're back in fourth place. And a little glance over her shoulder tells the story. So I think we might be down to 3. Tigist Asefa has looked the most aggressive over the last few hundred meters, surely heading for a big personal best. She's the athlete with fabulous middle distance form, in fact sprint form, 54 seconds for 400, 1:59 for 800. That was back in 2014, 8 years ago. Zedi is there as well, Zedi Bezebeck. She has already this year had a couple of big half marathons, with a second in Naples and a fourth in Prague. She ran 69 and 68 minutes in those races respectively, but she may go quicker here today. There is the youngster struggling now, Ainadis Mebrit. She has had an incredible run. If she is heading for fourth place, she's going to run a huge personal best. 69.29, her personal best coming into the race today. She checks her watch there, top right of picture, because she knows she's just got to survive these next 5 or 6 minutes to record something very, very special here in Herzegovina. And the upslope noticeable here as these three lean into the hill and work hard on this final circuit. Wonderful racing coming up in the next 3 or 4 minutes here in Herzegovina. Tigist, Zedi and Rosemary. Tigist Asefa. Fator Zedi Bezebeck in the middle. And Rosemary Wanjiru, the 4th placer in the last World Championships at 10,000 meters on the track. She's a 50-minute runner for 10 miles. That's a great time for a male runner, never mind about on the women's side. She was a 10th in the World Half Marathon Championships in Gdynia, Poland, back in 2020, was Rosemary Wanjiru. But she's come on since then, 27 now. She is the second oldest of this group. Tigist Asefa, to the left, is 28 years old, but on paper is some 3 minutes almost slower than Rosemary Wanjiru. Well, that's not the way it's worked out here today. And Rosemary Wanjiru, to the right of picture, the Kenyan, up against this brace of Ethiopians, has got her work cut out. Zedi there, the 25-year-old who's on schedule for a massive personal best, is working desperately hard to stay with these two in front of her. And they are just imperceptibly through this final half lap. They've been gradually winding it up, and Zedi looks to have gone towards Zedi Bezebeck. The 25-year-old is back in 3rd place, and that gap is growing quickly. Looks like she almost brought up some of her race drink just then, and that is horrible to experience when you're under real pressure in the last few hundred meters of a half marathon. But she's maintaining a really good tempo, surely heading for 3rd place here, and a massive personal best. They've gone through 19K, 19K in 60:51, and that kilometre was a 3:13. So the last 2 kilometres have been 3:12 and 3:13, and they will very soon be approaching 20K as we're down to 2. And this is a turn up for the books. Tigist Asefa, the 28-year-old of Ethiopia, up against the best of Kenya here today, Rosemary Wanjiru, who is under some pressure. And it was just going through the bell that Tigist Asefa on the left there got her head down and attacked and created a significant increase in pace. And that broke up the group that was 4. It's gone down to 3, and then it's gone down to 2. And still she holds the lead. And it may come down to a sprint between these two. They've negotiated the top end of the course. Now they're on the gradual downslope. As you see that map, bottom left of picture, they're on the downslope, which is the top line, going from left to right of the circuit here on the campus of Adidas in Herzogenaurach. And for the first time, Rosemary Wanjiru is definitely back in second place and in the slipstream of Tigist Asefa. Tigist Asefa and Rosemary Wanjiru, Ethiopia against Kenya. And I think Asefa has grabbed a couple of meters. She has. Rosemary Wanjiru. The foreshortening effect of this camera angle is deceptive, but the gap is several meters. And Asefa may be heading for the biggest win of her career here. Pouring it on. She has that middle distance speed. How relevant is it now? Well, I don't know, because she is the one that's applied the pressure through this final lap and made it a charge over the final couple of kilometers, not over the final couple of 100 meters. They will have gone through 20K now. We've got no split for that point, but it doesn't matter because this is racing in the rough. Tigist Asefa glancing across there. Rosemary Wanjiru, the 27-year-old, who last year just ran 31:09 for 5th in Valencia, 10 kilometers. She had a fairly quiet year. Does look to be beaten. There is still the run-in to come, but only a few hundred meters to go. 67:34 is the projected winning time at 19K. If they get down towards 67 minutes, it would be quite remarkable as she negotiates one of the final turns there. Tigist Asefa. Well, she ran 31:45 on the roads back in 2019. She is a 2:34 marathon runner. That was back on the 5th of March. So, boy, she's still got that marathon in her legs, Tigist Asefa. She's recovered from that, and she has kicked on in this final kilometers, and she has broken the best of this field. This is fantastic running. Still doesn't look under pressure, does she? Rocking from side to side. Rosemary Wanjiru still bouncing well back in second place there, but has had to let the Ethiopian go. And the oldest athlete in this race, in this lead pack, Tigist Asefa, at the age of 28, is surely now, as she negotiates these couple of last right-hand turns, heading for the biggest victory of her career. 67 minutes has just clicked by, but it's still going to be a fast time, and importantly, a huge step forward in the career of this young Ethiopian athlete. She charges on towards the finish line, and it will be victory for her, there's no doubt about it, in this second edition of Road to Records. Look at the clock, it's going to be quick. Fabulous running there. 67:28 unofficially by my clock. And Tigist Asefa takes the win from Rosemary Wanjiru. And she was the athlete who took the bull by the horns with a lap to go. She really worked for that one. Brilliant, brilliant half marathon racing. Rosemary Wanjiru in second place. What, about 5 or 7 seconds back? We'll bring you those times as quickly as we can, of course. 20K, by the way, 64:10 has just come through. That 20th kilometre was a 3:19. It was only really in the final kilometre or so that they cranked it up. But I reckon probably around 67:28, the winning time. Not quite as quick as last year's Brenda Jeppelsing time, 66:52. Haile Gebrselassie, the Emperor, congratulates Tigist Asefa because Ethiopia has found a new distance running star today. What a jump forward that is. She's run her personal best by almost exactly a minute. Good form there from this former sprinter slash middle distance runner who has moved up to the half marathon. That is some jump, isn't it, in distance? It'd be one thing to be running 3,000 or 5,000 when you've run a really fast 400. 54 seconds is her best for 400, albeit a few years ago. But she's a half marathon runner. She's a half marathon winner today. As she chats with Hailey there. What a special moment for her. It's a bit of a cliche, but talk about dreams come true. Well, the field are in now in this women's half marathon to kick off the first race of 6, and I think Carrie Tollefson is with the winner down there.
Congratulations to Geese. I am so thrilled. Hailey is going to be your interpreter today. Hailey, when we saw her take off, can you ask her what it was when she was thinking, where was her final kick?
من ጊዜ ነበረ የመጨረሻ ለመግብ እንትን ከነሱ አምልጠሽ ለመውጣት የፈለግሽው ፋይናል ኪክሽ ስንት ላይ ነበረ?
5 ኪሎሜትር በኋላ.
After 5 kilometers I decided not just to move. I mean when 5 kilometers to go I decided not just to move, from the other group, and yeah, of course the rest was just at the beginning it was a little bit slow, but finally she did very good because she's coming from track.
Yeah, track PRs of 800. She ran 1:59 for 800 meters now, winning the half marathon here at Road to Records and beating Rosemary. Rosemary had control of this race for most of it. So can she talk us about how your mentality was when she was having Rosemary in front, a 1:05 half marathoner, and when she overtook that?
Rosemary በአብዛኛው ሬሱን ኮንትሮል ስታረግ ነበረ። እሷ ደግሞ 1:05 ያላት ነበረች። ምን ይሰማሽ ነበረ? እሷ አንተና አላልሽም ወይ ከእሷ ጋር እሷ እንደዚህ በማድረጓና እዛ ውስጥ በመኖሯ?
አዎ እሷ እዛ በመኖሯ በጣም ደስታ ነበረ። ሞራል ሲሰማኝ ነበር እሷን እያየው። Yeah.
I'm so happy when she's in front of us, when already, I'm very confident, just with her, and she's wonderful.
Now she's going to stick to the long distance. You're a half marathoner?
Now አሁን አንቺ የግማሽ ማራቶን ሯጭ ሆንሽ እኮ already. Now I am just moved to the half marathon, and of course slowly.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for kicking off our day in style. Our half marathon winner right here.
Well, she said she wanted to up the tempo from 5K out, but it looked really around the time of the bell, the final lap, so over the last 2.5 kilometers that she really started testing the others and testing them to the max and beyond their ability today, because it was over the final circuit that she shook off the attention of Rosemary Wanjiru, and Tigist Asefa pushed away to that win. The winning time officially, by the way, looks to be 67:29. We'll double confirm that, so that's semi-officially 67:29 with Rosemary Wanjiru in second place. Her first 10K was 32:04, the second 10K 32:06. And then, of course, that 1.1 kilometers to close it out with a fabulous victory for Rosemary Wanjiru.
All right, Brian, what an exciting day already.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. First and foremost, I want to welcome everyone to the campus, the best sports place in the world, and of course to all our athletes out there that has come to join us for this great event.
You talked about that. The athletes are so important to you guys, obviously. Talk about what you think about when you're trying to make events like this and the great product that Adidas has.
First and foremost, innovation is who we are. No mistake. And getting athletes to this campus, testing with us, validating the innovation we do, innovate with us, and then see them coming alive in a competition, hopefully to break more world record this year. Remember last year, we broke 2 at campus with Tenebra and Agnes, and we broke 9 world record last year alone. And that's a testimony to who we are and the intent we have in this great, great sport.
We have all kinds of people out here. We have kids, we have older athletes, we have people that work for Adidas. This is a huge event for you guys. How long have you been thinking about this day?
Whoa. If you ask our dear friend Alberto on the running team, it started when we ended the event last year. So it's a 1-year planning. How do we improve? How do we do it better? That's why we make it so much bigger this year. And we'll also have a fun run with families and friends of the Adidas family.
So much more to look forward to today.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much. And enjoy the event.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await. New finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. Running is watching you, and there's no place to hide.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to introduce you to one of Adidas legends, Mary Keitany.
We'll see the clock ticking away. She'll now realize that she's heading for something special. She's heading for something great. And now heading towards a world record for the women's only marathon. Mary Keitany of Kenya.
Mary Keitany, on New York's best day, she comes to the tape as New York's best for a 4th time.
Mary, you have set world records. You have won the New York City Marathon 4 times, London 3 times. Now you are retired. How was retirement?
Yeah, well, it was okay since it was not easy. Like I used to wake up very early in the morning for my training, and now after retirement, I was like, oh, I wake up very early, but I'm not going anywhere, you know. So, but I've just adjusted.
You're having fun.
Yeah.
Being back here with all of these younger athletes. Have you been giving lots of advice this weekend?
Yeah, it's really interesting, and also it's an amazing again for me to be again in this amazing city of Germany, and also to my fellow colleagues, athletes. I'm wishing them well, and also here to nurture them and give them morale support, and also to make them being a role model, because everything you have to do with a passion, and you have to trust in yourself that you are going to do it. And actually, I can tell them everything that they are doing in the right direction will take them to be the biggest thing in their lives.
Well, we love seeing you back here, and Adidas loves having you back here. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you so much.
Mary Kitani.
Yeah.
So, meine Damen und Herren, wir sind bereit für die erste Siegerehrung des Tages. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the half marathon women's category is now ready. And here they are, the top 3 athletes of this first race of the day. Please proceed to the podium, finishing 3rd place with a time of 67:42, Zedi Bezebeck from Ethiopia. Finishing 2nd, Rosemary Wanjiru from Kenya, her finishing time 67:36. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner takes it all with her personal best record. Finishing first, 67:28, a.did.as, Ethiopia. Here they are, the top 3 of the first race of the day, and the trophy is handed over by Dr. German Hacker, the mayor of Herzogenaurach, and the flowers will be handed over by Mary Kitani, Adidas legend.
Well, for tickets to Safer, that is a personal best by 56 seconds, the best part of a minute. 67:28, her official winning time. Rosemary Wanjiru, another really solid half marathon in second. 67:36 for Zedi Bezebeck. 67:42 for a 3rd place. That again for her is a personal best by 48 seconds. So, personal records in the first race by big margins for the second and for the winner and the 3rd place. So Rosemary Wanjiru 67:36, just beaten on the day, but still a very, very fast time for the Kenyan.
Winners of today's first race. Stand
the women's half marathon is done. The men's half marathon, the next event up here at this Road to Records day of racing on the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. That was the women getting underway at 7 a.m. local time at the top of the hill, in effect, because there is quite a slope to this Adidas campus. They didn't make use of that downslope in the first kilometer, and indeed there was some real fluctuations in the tempo throughout the 21 kilometers. They got to 10K in 32:04. And still a big pack in contention. And the pacemaker doing a really solid job. Joylin Chemutai, she lasted through to just after 9K. Set up the race nicely for some brilliant racing to unfold in the second half, as we expected. But Rosemary Wanjiru to the right there through the second half, while she looked to be dominating and leading for most of the time, was never able to shake off the attention of the pack. And while it dwindled down through the third and the final quarter, when it came to the bell and the final 2.5 kilometer lap, she still had the stubborn company of Tigist Assefa, the Ethiopian former middle distance runner, with her. And it was Assefa who broke clear on the final lap and sprinted to victory, a few seconds clear for a personal best, a brilliant personal best for Assefa there. Personal best by 56 seconds to be exact. Well, what will happen in the men's half marathon? That is the next race up. 8 laps for the fellas, 21.1 kilometers, and again, a really strong field. We'll take you through it once they get underway, but we're expecting this one to be super fast as well. That building in the background, by the way, is the car park for the staff, and they are underway in this men's half marathon. We didn't quite catch the start there, but they are away. Anything under 60 minutes is super fast. Anything under probably 62 minutes, I guess you could say, is what is world class at the men's half marathon. And there are plenty of men in this who have gone under 60 minutes for the half marathon. In particular, I'm looking out for Bernard Kimeli of Kenya to have a good run. He's a 59:07 former winner of the Prague half marathon. Plenty of pacemakers in this one, as you can see. Indeed, 3 of them are Abel Kipchumba, Alexander Mutizo and Joshua Bellet. And they do look like they're moving very, very sharply over this first few hundred meters in the men's race, because the downslope is something that they really should take advantage of, and they are shifting. There's a slightly more frantic feel to this opening few hundred meters than there was in the women's equivalent just over an hour ago. But we were treated to superb racing in that. What is going to unfold in this contest? Just to remind you, if you've joined us in the last half hour or so, that this is the second edition of the Adidas Road to Records. The women's half marathon kicked off the morning. This is the second event of 6. The men's half marathon, then the men's 10K will be next, followed by the women's 10K, and then a men's 5K and a women's 5K. It is racing right through to lunchtime here in southern Germany, in Bavaria. Well, 60-minute pace is 2:50 per kilometer. So we shall see how quickly these athletes go. Nearly 2 minutes on the clock now. And I suspect this first kilometer will indeed be very quick. They're all in the slipstream of these athletes. Looking for a big run here too by Kennedy Kimutai. He's a 58:28 performer. In fact, just looking down the field, he is the fastest in the field, Kennedy Kimutai. Edmund Kibbengetic there to right of picture as well. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to him. He's 28 today. Edmund Kibet. I wonder if he can give himself a birthday present in the form of a really fabulous run. He's a 59.41 performer. He's one of some 7 or 8 men in this race who have broken 60 minutes. And just waiting. That first kilometre, hey, get this, 2:42. 2:42 for the first kilometre. Lightning fast. The men have taken the opportunity to get the build a little bit of a cushion there, because as they negotiate these couple of right-hand turns at the bottom end of the course, it flattens out and then they begin a long upslope. Well, this is a big pack, but at this tempo, I don't think it'll stay big for very long. Some of them are going to have to face the truth, the awful truth that all middle and long distance runners are familiar with. Doesn't matter who you are, you will have experienced occasionally that moment in a race where you have to make a decision, you have to let go rather than crash and burn mid-race. You have to optimize your resources and run as strong as you can between the start and the finish line, and that may involve losing the race, but having a solid run. That is a big pack at the moment. And they've got to remain relaxed at this tempo. But that first kilometre, just to remind you, 2:42. That's 56.54 pace, world record pace for the first kilometres.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only 1, but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. We're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Simberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Well, the pacemakers doing a sterling job keeping us very honest in the early minutes of this men's half marathon. 7 minutes on the clock now. The first kilometre was 2:42. Don't yet have a split for the second kilometre, but of course that first kilometre, because the downslope was disproportionately fast. The projected winning time 56.54 for that men's for this men's race. The world record, by the way, 57:31 by Jacob Kiplimo of Uganda. That was back in Lisbon last November, on the 21st of November in the Portuguese capital. He ran 57:31. And the second fastest man in history is here today. He's running the 10K, Kibiwot Kandie. He has run 57:32, but choosing to put in a bit of a speed work run for him today. And he'll be up against Ronix Kipruto, the world record holder in the men's 10K. So that men's 10K will be a real humdinger. That comes up straight after this men's half marathon, but focusing on this for now, this half marathon race. This is a big, big pack, but if the tempo remains quick, then it will certainly whittle down pretty quickly. Yeah, body's beginning to struggle already. 2:13 there is Kyoto Hirabayashi of Japan. He's just 19 years old, Hirabayashi. And already, well, less than 10 minutes on the clock. And he's had to start, well, he's struggling to hang on to the back of this pack. Bernard Kimeli, you can see there to the right a picture in the white vest, right behind the pacemaker, who is Abel Kipchumba, the right-hand pacemaker. 2:18 in the middle, that is Joshua Bellet. And they are laying down what is, I think you could best describe as an aggressive tempo here, these pacemakers. Now, I have the absolute privilege of being a very old man sitting beside another very old man. It is the one and only Haile Gebrselassie who is going to join me for the commentary of this men's half marathon. Haile, welcome on board. Are you enjoying the day so far?
Wow, wonderful, wonderful team. Thank you very much. First, let me, just not a very old man, very young man.
Oh, you or me?
Maybe me, not you.
Yeah, you're right there. Yeah. You're right there, Haile.
Yeah, today really wonderful, and of course for women race a little bit cold at the beginning, but now it's a perfect one. I think the men, just can do better, but the women, we find, we found, just a good, from 800 meters to the half marathon, amazing.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't expect, Tigist.
Mind you, Haile, I remember Jos Hermans telling me that you ran 1:46 in training for 800 once. He said you had because you ran 3:31 indoors or something crazy.
I did.
For 1500. So you were not exactly slow yourself over the shorter distances.
Yeah, I did, even 400 meters, I ran once, just 4x400 meters. My club became third. I ran that day, of course, 48 plus, and almost close to 49. I could run, I could compete, from 400 to marathon, and of course, nobody knows my 400 meters. It was, relay.
And the 400 relay, 4x400 relay.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. So, Haile, these fellas now, we've got some more splits coming through. They've gone through 1 kilometer in 2:42 because it was downhill, which is crazy fast. That was a 56-minute tempo. The second kilometer, 5:35, was a 2:53. So that was a little bit slower, but 2:50 is 60-minute pace. So, of course, the 2:53 was on the uphill.
Yeah, exactly.
And then 3 kilometers, 8:22 was a 2:47. So, again, that was very fast. So, is it difficult? Do you find it more difficult in a race when there's down and up and down and up? You presumably preferred flat course like Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. It's better, just to have something very constant, not up and down. You see, this kind of course, it's well, it's fine, but it's a good atmosphere. It's a good place for run, but it's better, just very flat and very constant like Berlin, as you say.
I'm interested to hear you say that, Haile, because of course you never really enjoyed cross country, did you?
Yeah, that's why I never win a cross country.
It's about the only thing you didn't win.
Yeah, exactly. One time only third.
Third?
Yeah.
In the World Cross? Was that the World Junior or the
World Cross Country Senior Budapest?
Budapest?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, I've got a funny feeling I might have been running in that one. No, you can't.
Yeah, long time. 1994.
Oh. 84? No.
94.
94, I was going to say. Yeah. Okay, Hailey, well, let's look back at this race now. 4K 11:09, and that was a 2:47. So they are shifting. I mean, they've gone 2:42, 2:53, 2:47, 2:47. This is very quick. They are running way below 60-minute tempo. In fact, after 4K, they're on 58:50 pace.
I think if they maintain, this pace, I mean, the predication, just under 59 minutes. But they need. I mean, for me, what is important, just run around 2:45. 2:45. 2:45. It's a perfect, and 2:44 as well. Of course, 2:42 is a bit faster, but to play, 2:43 and 2:44 is a perfect one.
Yeah, it's quick, isn't it? I mean, just to reiterate, 2:50 is 60-minute pace, and they're way below that at the moment. At 4K, we've got a projected time of 58:50. Yes, go to the Adidas app and join the raffle. Just all you have to do is sign up, and you've got a chance of winning a pair of state-of-the-art Adidas shoes. And I understand they're going to be signed by the winners of the races today. 5K 13:59, Hailey. Well, 5K at 60-minute tempo would be 14:10. So they're on almost exactly tempo for 59 minutes to win here today. But a lot of running to come.
Yeah, it must be. These boys, they I mean, as you see, just during, women half marathon, things what not good at the beginning, but later on, they pick up. I mean, they pick the pace. 250, not. I mean, if you want to run, just 58, 57, you have to avoid, 250. But it's fine, just 240 something, 40, as I said.
Hailey, when you were racing, I mean, I commentated on literally dozens of your races on the track and on the roads and Berlin world records and so on. When you were running in a race like this, a half marathon, 5 kilometers done, you've still got 15 or 16 kilometers to go. Did you used to think about the times in your head, or would you just let the kilometers go by and you kept your head empty? Or were you somebody who focused upon the time every kilometer?
No, you have to. Mostly, especially when I run for a time, I have to watch, every kilometers, how fast I run. And of course, there is also somebody, just to help,
Somebody shouting the times.
Exactly. For example, when you run a marathon, during my time, just 2:57, 2:56, kind of thingy.
Yeah.
If it is too fast, it's not too good. I mean, if it is too low, it's the same. But we have to keep, that pace, the time what we want to run. And we need to have to control the time. Of course, these boys here, maybe just they focus on, just who become, first and second. That's really, well, now this kind of competition, better to watch.
Just focus on the racing.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think certainly too, when you've got pacemakers, their job is to help you to not think about the time. If they do a good job, you trust the pacemakers to run at the correct speed. So then you can relax in the head for the first, let's say, the first half of a half marathon or the first half of a marathon. If you were in Berlin and you'd agreed with the pacemakers it was going to be 62 at halfway, you expect them to do that. And that means you don't have to worry about the pace.
Exactly. Until, the pacemaker in front of you, you don't need to worry about, the time, because, the pacemaker, they do the job. Yeah? But you have to, you have to have the right pacemaker who knows, just the pace. Who knows, the 62 minutes or the 61 minutes.
Exactly. They've gone through 6K in 16:43. That last kilometer was a 2:44, Hailey. Pretty quick.
This is a perfect kilometer for me.
Very fast. Very fast.
Fast and perfect.
Hailey, what?
The best race was Sydney. In terms of world record, Berlin 2008. That
Yeah.
was the perfect one.
Under 204 for the first
Exactly.
time. Under 204. Yeah, very special indeed. Very special. That's interesting. So that your favourite track race was your Sydney 10,000.
Oh, my amazing.
And your favourite marathon was Berlin 2008.
Still nowadays, you know, when I watch that race, did I win or
Sydney.
not? Yeah, the Sydney one.
Yeah, you still wonder if you're going to win it.
Exactly. You know, Paul Tergat, you know, my friend, he was unlucky that day. You know, he almost to win, you know, the race. And
well, I was in the stadium in Sydney calling that race, Haile, and watching it and shouting away, trying to commentate and stay speaking reasonable English during the last 200 meters. You knew at the time that you were watching history unfold because it was so special.
Exactly.
What a race.
Amazing, amazing, really.
You needed that 49 second 400 speed in the last 100.
Yeah, of course.
So they've got 19 minutes on the clock now. They've gone through 16K in 16:43. The temperature, by the way, here in Herzogenaurach in Bavaria, southern Germany, 11 degrees centigrade. Pretty much perfect. Hardly any wind. 77% humidity. The humidity is actually very low indeed. It's cold up here. We're on the balcony of the main office building of Adidas, probably about 30 feet in the air. And it's pretty cold. It feels more like 7 or 8 degrees, not 11 degrees, doesn't it?
Yeah, here inside, yes. If you look, you know, just the wind comes, you know, from different directions. That's why.
Yeah, no, the wind coming at us from all directions. I think much less wind down there on the roads as these guys race. Nearly 20 minutes on the clock.
Show the world you can do anything if you don't stop.
Breaking a world record, it's like a runner's dream, but it's not the finish line.
There is always a choice. Do you run fast or push to become faster?
One step after the other, 1K after the other, one race after the other.
No matter if it's sunny, rains, or snows. As long as I run, I will get faster.
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 Faster is the word. Haile, we had the women's half marathon finished about 15-20 minutes ago, and it was a victory for Ethiopia's Tigist Assefa. When you're watching races like that and you see an Ethiopian athlete win, a man or woman, is there a little bit inside you that thinks, yeah, come on, Ethiopia?
Everyone, you know, everybody can do, you know, the same thing what I'm doing. Of course, especially today, I didn't expect, you know, Tigist Assefa to win this race, and and when I saw her, you know, just in the race, this girl, what she's doing, you know, she's 800-meter runner, and I thought, you know, she stopped. I mean, she finished somewhere, but she did it.
Well, she ran a personal best, Haile, by 56 seconds, nearly 1 minute personal best.
Exactly. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. You know, the newcomer.
Yeah.
And really, she's a very special runner. She's very special in. I mean, you know, she's smiling and she's so very cute.
But that's a big jump forward in her career, and she's 28.
Yeah, exactly.
Now a lot of people will say, well, 28, you're getting on in years. You're beginning to come, not towards the end of your career, but you're well into your career. But for her, I guess half marathons is a fresh event, it's a new event.
Exactly, especially when you come at the end, you can sprint, you know, just, well, you know, for me, athlete like her, you know, from 800 meters to the half marathon, really, well, this woman, you know, she's going to run a marathon very soon. But well, whatever it is, I'm surprised today. You know, athlete from 800 meters to win a half marathon.
Well, she's run 54 for 400. I mean, she's a sprinter.
Exactly. I know her, you know, just very well from the track. And for the first time, I see her, you know, today, you know, in a
road race.
Road race.
Did you find, Haile, when you were, you know, you were running 1500s and 3000 and 5000 and then 10,000 and then half marathon and then marathon? Did you find that when you moved to a new event, maybe a little longer, it gave you some freshness? It was good for you because it stopped you becoming bored with a distance.
Exactly. Especially, you know, for example, when you move, you know, from 10,000 to the half and the marathon, at the beginning of the race, you know, always, hey, why they are so slow today? Hey, of course, you know, the consequence comes, you know, just after 30K, after 25K. Yeah, that's a real struggling starting, you know. But at the beginning of the race,
Well, they've gone through 8K in 22:22, exactly on 59-minute tempo. There, by the way, near the finish line is a really nice sculpture of Adidas, who founded Adidas. I think it was back in 1949, Haile. That's a very, very special statue. It's slightly larger than real life. I had a pose by it yesterday and tried to simulate the position he's sitting in. But the founder of Adidas many decades ago, and what a legacy he has left.
Amazing. I know we have to thank you to the founder of Adidas. You know, this is, you know, just a life of for millions, I can say, you know, just since Adidas start, many runners, many players, you know, using, you know, the product. Really big respect, you know, for this man.
You were Adidas your whole career, Haile.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all of my life.
Yeah. Did you have other brands come to you saying, you know, holding out the checkbook and offering lots of money, or did you just never
it did in
your manager looked after that?
In 1996, it did, you know. And Joe's my manager, he knew, you know, just about, you know, my stand, you know, with Adidas. No matter what, I keep, you know, just well, it's my luck, huh?
Yeah.
And thank you to Adidas. You know, they gave me, you know, just a lot of things since, you know, all my records, World Championship, Olympics. You know, the help of the Adidas group, the Adidas technician groups. You know, I always, you know, when I ask something, you know, from the Adidas, the technician who making, you know, just special shoes, they did it immediately, and that's why the group, you know, it's a very good team, I'm telling you, the team and Adidas really are wonderful. Always, you know, just when I criticize something, you know, they did it immediately, and they send, you know, the shoes to Ethiopia. And before my big tournament to arrive, and I check, and that's even if there is, you know, just a small problem, I told them, you know, just they fix, and again they send me. That's really wonderful, and very good team.
I guess if you have success in some equipment, some shoes, early on, you want to stick with it because it has worked for you. I can remember commentating on you in the 1992 World Junior Championships. You got gold in the 5,000 and 10,000. Yeah, and in one of the races, the Kenyan lad you sprinted past down the home straight punched you in the back. He was so angry with you. I can't remember his name, but he was...
Joseph Machuca.
Machuca. He was so angry with you because you out-sprinted him. Because he punched you in the back. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, he was, you know, he was in front, you know, for 24 laps.
I think I'd have punched you in the back.
Yeah. He had to, you know, I didn't blame him.
Okay, back to this race, 29K and 25:10. The last kilometre was a 2:48. So the last 3 kilometres, they've gone 2:51, 2:49, 2:48. And don't forget that 2:50 is 60-minute tempo, give or take a second or two. So they are still on schedule for 59 minutes exactly. And last year, this race was won by Abel Kiplimo in 58:48. So he did dip under 59 minutes last year. So that is the record for this race from just last September. I was going to say 12 months ago. It was only in September. 58:48 is the target in a way for these fellas to set an event record. But that's still a pretty big pack, Ali. The pacemakers doing a good job.
Yeah, they're doing good. Of course, they, you know, the downhill and a little bit uphill, and well, it's not really a downhill. It's just smooth, and well, they are doing well, and the pack, and of course, soon it's going to be something very special. As you see here, you know, the Ethiopian and Kenyans are there, and the pacemakers in front, you know, are doing a good job, including, you know, the time. Well, it's not bad, you know, if you run, you know, under 59 minutes.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Tamirat Tola, by the way, is the athlete in the middle there behind the two pacemakers. Tola is 30 years old now. He was a silver medalist in the World Marathon Championships back in 2017. Bronze medalist at the 10,000 meters in the Olympics in Rio, so he has really good leg speed. Just looking, he's run 26:57 for 10,000, under 27 minutes.
He's a very good track runner.
Serious racing.
He was very good track runner.
He's also a 2:04 marathon runner, is Tamarat Tola. He's got enormous speed. The pacemakers have gone. 28 minutes on the clock, and they're at about, just before 10K. So pretty much similar to the women's race. The pacemakers dropping out. In fact, 10K they've just gone through in 28:01. 28:01 at 10K. And that was a 2:51. So it is quick. They've done a brilliant job, those pacemakers, actually, Hailey, because
they're doing well.
You know, 28 minutes at 10K is what? It's about 58:30 tempo now. They're coming down.
Exactly. But if they can run, just another 2-3 kilometers, it's going to be wonderful. But it doesn't matter if they can help each other. Now they start to watching each other because they think about to win. But they're doing. I mean, all those what I see here, very good, very experienced. As you see. And I hope they're going to increase just the pace very soon. This is a little bit.
Well, if you were in this situation, Hailey, now, would you be pushing the pace in the third quarter? Because we're at about 11 kilometers now. Would you push the pace, or would you be sitting back there just letting the other people do the work?
If it's just if I run for a time, of course I have to push. I don't. I mean, I just always focus on the time, not for focus on people or the athlete. Now Tamarat Tola is doing this job because he needs just the time.
I mean, but the number one priority is always to win. The number one priority is always to win, and then a fast time is the bonus.
Yeah, like. That's true. That's true. But in this case, you see, winning. Okay, something good, but time is also important. Yeah, that's a really well. That's just the way. What I mean, really good. It's okay in this stage.
It's going really well. Halfway in this men's half marathon here in Herzogenaurach, and the tempo is fast, under 59-minute speed.
My name is Melanie Knopp, and I'm a part of the athlete science research team here at Adidas. The Adizero range continues to be informed by elite athlete data and learning as we focus on integrating the athletes into the whole testing process to ensure our decisions are performance-driven. The Adizero products and its various innovations, including the Lightstrike Pro and the energy rods, are tested extensively by the research teams here in the Herzogenaurach Sports Science Innovation Lab, using top-level insight and data we have collected. In the process of constantly evolving and innovating our products, unique feedback from some of the world's fastest runners are collected and extensively analyzed to better understand the desire of our athletes and what they're looking for to bring them one step closer to the podiums and world records. When our athletes, including among others, Ronix Kipruto, Kipiwat Kandie, and Abel Kipchumba are testing here in the lab, we measure biomechanical and physiological data, and the results are then incorporated and applied to the creation of the shoe by working closely with the product teams. It is our athletes' ambition and success in these products that drives us to enable them to reach new levels of performance with Adidas's fastest shoe range, as such products can only be created when different talents and expertise come together.
When talent and expertise come together, you're familiar with that, Hailey. You were talented and you've got the expert technology from Adidas, and that was the perfect combination.
Yeah, I told you, before, because without a big team, the team has to be there to produce the shoes, to produce everything, for the athlete, including the manager, the coach, the physio. But nowadays, the performance. It's not just not only the performance of the athlete. Of course, at the end of the day, the performance of the athlete. But don't forget, the technology. What's happening? The shoes, the new one, the new Adidas shoes. Oh,
would you like to have raced
I'm jealous.
them? Yes, yeah, me
I'm
too.
Jealous, I'm telling you.
Me too.
I should have this, when I run, my marathon.
You did okay. You weren't bad.
But the time is not like the 2 or 3 or some.
I know.
But it would have been,
But it's still racing, isn't it? It's still man against man, woman against woman. So, Hailey, they've gone through 11K in 30:46. That was a 2:45, and I think Tamarat Tola was doing the aggressive running to maintain that healthy pace after the pacemakers dropped out. But there's still a big pack. Just trying to see who that is in the background. That's Felix has has dropped out. That's Felix Kipkoech, coached by Claudio Berardelli. He's based in Kapsabet up in the Rift Valley of Kenya. He's a 58.57 performer. He ran that when he won Berlin half marathon in August last year. So Felix Kipkoech, one of the early casualties, I say early, just after halfway, dropping back there. He's having a tough time behind this pack of what, 2, 4, 6, about 8 athletes there. Yeah, 8 athletes in this pack now, moving along at sub 59-minute pace. This is going to be big, fast running. I love seeing races where you get a lot of guys running really quick.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as you see, they are watching each other. But as you said, just the winner from Berlin last year. Okay, it's a good day and a bad day. But now these boys, they have to work each other. I mean, they have to work harder and harder, to help each other, and then they run a good time. Of course. The last kilometer, it's 2:55. Maybe this is the slowest.
A little slower. Yeah, I think you're right.
The slowest kilometer.
Yeah.
And they have to be careful not to have again another 250 plus.
Yeah, exactly. It's always frustrating when you're watching a race and you see athletes work really hard in the first half to build up good time, and then they have a section of the race where they run slow and they lose all the good time. So they were heading for sub 59. Now they've gone through 12K in 33:41, as you say, with a 2:55, and all of a sudden the projected winning time is 59:14. So if there's another 2:55, breaking 59 minutes looks less and less likely.
Yeah, imagine team, this kind of thingy, 5-6 minutes, 5-6 seconds to lose, it costs you a lot. If many kilometers, imagine how many seconds. And at the end of the day, just the time it's rising up, just instead of to run under 59 minutes, it's going. Now it's just they need to. Now the predication time is 59:14, and imagine the next kilometer. They have to catch it.
They have to push on. Yes.
Yeah.
So Bernard Kimeli is at the front at the moment. Kimeli, the 26-year-old Kenyan, is a 59:07 performer. As I mentioned, I think he won Prague back in 2019 when he ran that personal best. He was 4th in Prague just 3 weeks ago in 59:59, but it was a cold day in the Czech capital. I commentated on that race 3 weeks ago, but he's generally pretty consistent. He's a good track runner, not super fast by world standards. He's run 13:16 for 5,000 and 27:26 for 10,000. But that's still pretty good speed to take to the half marathon.
Of course, under 60 minutes always, wonderful, for half marathon runners. But for us, we're sitting here, just inside the Adidas, and we expect, just something. Of course, still, just the paces are perfect, and for me, under 60, always, the best.
Yeah. So we're down to 8, and we're well past halfway in this men's half marathon.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only 1 but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8, we're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continue to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Semberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Well, we're down to 8 in this men's half marathon, 39 minutes on the clock, and they've gone through 13 kilometers in 36:33. The last kilometer, 2:52. They have actually slowed over the last couple of kilometers at 2:55 and at 2:52. My name's Tim Hutchings. Sitting beside me is Haile Gebrselassie, enjoying the unfolding men's half marathon here. Don't forget that in these 6 races in Herzogenaurach, this is the second. We've got the men's 10K and the women's 10K after this, and then the men's 5K and the women's 5K, so loads of great racing to come. And Haile, I know you're going to stay with us through the morning and enjoying all these races. Are you enjoying spectating as an ex-runner, or would you love to be back in there racing?
I wish, just to compete with this group. I'm sitting next to you, but my feeling, just to jump here and run together. I miss this. And
you'll get over it. Listen, I had that for a few years when I retired, and then you start enjoying life more.
Yeah, what can you do? This is now really, my tongue is running faster than my leg.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You speak faster than you run.
Yeah.
Well, Haile, the 14 kilometers. They went through in 39:23. That was a 2:49. So they have slowed a little bit. It's almost like they're gathering themselves for the last 5K to really, I hope they're going to blast through the last 5K. It's still Tamirat Tola who's doing a lot of the hard work here. He's a 59:37 performer. Tola, and he looks pretty comfortable at the moment. At 2:49, that 14th kilometer, has them projected for 59:20. So they're still heading for a long way under 60 minutes. This is still fast racing.
Yes, it is. As you see here, this kilometer it's a little bit faster. I mean, it's a good progress, compared to the last two kilometers. And I hope if they do, like this. There is, just a chance to run under 58 minutes, 59 minutes, I'm telling you. And of course, this is the time. I mean, this is the time, just to, to run fast. They will make it. You will see. I think the coming kilometer is going to be better.
Well, last year the race was won by Abel Kipchumba in 58:48. So at the moment they're on schedule for around 59:10, 59:20. But if you're right, Haile, and they do pick it up over these last 6 kilometers or so, then yes, we will see something that the winning time come down below 59 minutes and maybe an event record. They're at the top of the course now. This is the highest point of the course, so this next kilometer is nearly all downhill. It should be really quick running if they take advantage of it. But these are perfect conditions, Haile. This is like Berlin, isn't it? There's no wind. It's a little cold, but there's no wind.
It is. Really, this morning, when I came, just from a hotel, I thought, hey, you guys, if you want to do something, please do it. This is look at the trees.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Not a breath of wind.
Exactly. It's a perfect, especially for half marathon. And if they're 10 and 5 in the morning, it's a little bit difficult. But the time when they start at 10 and 5 is going to be wonderful. And this half marathon is a perfect condition.
Now, when you used to go training in Addis Ababa, back home in the Ethiopian capital, everybody used to head up into the hills in the mornings and run in the forest. But it could get pretty cold up there in the mornings.
Yes, it is. Sometimes it's a flat zero. And in total, early morning, if you start training at 6 o'clock until 7,
Very cold.
Yeah, maximum temperature over there, you know, maybe 3-4 degree.
Okay, okay. So that's interesting, isn't it? Because I think a lot of people think, well, you're from East Africa, you're from the Rift Valley, you get lovely sunshine most of the year, you don't get cold temperatures, but you did get cold temperatures.
That's the daytime. But, you know, when you are in Toto, you know, that's the place where we're training, you know, so, I mean, 3,000 meters above sea level. I mean, when the sun rises, the temperature completely change, like, you know, from 0 it become 10. And the sunrise will mostly, you know, just around 7 o'clock. And but, you know, just if you're training, you know, 6 o'clock in Toto, you get, you know, just this last second.
Well, they've gone through 15K. They've gone through 15K in 42.20. The last kilometre, 2:58. That's the slowest of the race. They are gathering themselves for the charge over the last 5 or 6 kilometres. Hailey, we're going to have to lose you now. I understand you've got to head back down towards the finish area, but it's been fabulous having the privilege of sitting next to you and chatting away for 40 minutes or so. What's your projection? You obviously want an Ethiopian to win, but Tamarat is looking strong. Tamarat Tola.
Yes, he is, but you cannot say Tamarat going to win or this person is going to win. You know, just we need to know just another 2-3 kilometers. You know, the winner comes, you know, just normally the last 1K or 2K. And we'll see that one. And but no matter what, you know, it's going to be a good time. And I wish, you know, just to see under 59 minutes. And,
but you think Tamarat is doing the right thing here? If he feels strong with 5K to go, he should be pushing. You said yourself you quite like to push.
Yeah, Tamarat Tola, as you know, he likes, you know, just because he's tall, and he doesn't like to run, you know, behind the group. I mean, you see, his leg is quite long. He has to run in front, and that is a big advantage for him. If he's, you know, just staying behind them, you know, just look at this. You see, it's at the end of the day, this kind of person has to be in the front.
Well, he's doing the right thing and he's in front at the moment. Let's hope he stays there from an Ethiopian's perspective. Hailey, I've got to let you go, I'm being told, but thank you so much. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Speak to you. See you later on, I hope.
See you. See you later.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. So fascinating hearing the views of Haile Gebrselassie. What a lovely man. He's, of course, an incredibly successful businessman, runs a massive companies back in Addis Ababa, employs thousands of people in dozens of businesses, and yet has time to pop over here to Germany and have a chat with us about his running days and the races unfolding. The last kilometre, 2:45. That was a 45:05 clocking for 16K. 45:05 at 16K. And 2:45, well, that's certainly an acceleration on the last few kilometres. The 4 kilometres prior to that were 2:55 through to 12K, 2:52, 2:49, 2:58 took them to 15K. And the projection at 15K was down to 59:33. Well, now they've accelerated a little bit, and 17K will be the next clocking at 16K. The projected time was 59:26. But this is rather like the women's race, very similar to the women's race through this final quarter. A pack that is several athletes strong and maybe just beginning to whittle down now. Tamarat Tola had a little glance over his left shoulder there. I got the impression he was thinking, right, is this hurting you fellas? Because if it's not, I'll just click it up another notch and hurt you a little bit more. And that is the story of distance racing mentality. If you're at the front and you feel you can continue to lead and maybe have a chance of winning in the race or getting in the first 3, then you just have to keep the pressure on and wait. It's a game of patience. You have to gradually let the pressure be applied and see the damage done behind you. And that's what I think Tamarat Tola is doing here. Bernard Kimeli, right beside him, was matching him stride for stride. Kimeli, a 59:07 performer on paper, is a little bit quicker. 2:20, by the way. Just trying to check the name of that athlete who is 2:20. I don't have a name for him at the moment. But he's looking strong, isn't he? Big fella to the left. We'll get that name for you as quickly as we can. So these athletes. A pack of what, 8 or 9, and 1 or 2 just beginning to peel off the back. Amos Kurgat in the middle of the pack there. Kurgat, who was 3rd here last September with 59.34. That is his personal best. And Alfred Barkach is a 59.46 performer in the center there. And Bernard Kimeli just beginning to test the others here with an acceleration, and little gaps appearing. 2, 4, 6, 8 athletes in this pack. Still quite tightly bunched, but Bernard Kimeli beginning to apply pressure here. They are matching him stride for stride, though, and nobody yet has broken away. 17K, 48.01, and the split there for 48.01, the kilometer split rather, 2:56, so it has slowed again, but that was on the slight upslope, and the projected time 59.36. Now they're across the top of the course for a little while before they take a right and then head on the long downhill sweep back towards the Adidas headquarters building. So if you see that little map bottom left of your screen, they are on that long line at the top of the course, which is a downhill towards the sort of bowl of the right-hand end of the course. Attila Bikila wears 2:20 from Ethiopia. And Amos now beginning to move forward. Amos Kurgat, remember 3rd here last year. Just look at his track times, nothing that special by today's world, very best standards. 13:21 a couple of years ago for 5,000, 27:32 for 10,000. But he has run 27:35 on the roads, and that was in Copenhagen during a half marathon. 27:35 during a half marathon in Copenhagen, in the Danish capital. He was 4th there back in 2019 in 59:37, so he slowed a little bit through the second half in Copenhagen. Well, they went through 10K here today in 28:01. It'll be interesting to see what the splits for the second 10K is here today in Herzogenaurach. But athletes beginning to suffer and peeling off the back, and Kennedy Kimutai is one of those who is feeling the pressure, as indeed is Edmund Kip and Getich. They are both struggling together there behind these 6. And Tamarat Tola, who was leading for a lot of the middle of the race, the 30-year-old Ethiopian, is at the back of the group, and he might be struggling too. An 18K, 50:52, and that split at 2:50. That is why the pressure is being felt. That is why Edmund Kippengetich, whose birthday it is today, and Kennedy Kimutai have peeled off the back, because the last kilometre has seen a significant acceleration. Although there is this seesawing effect of the uphill and the downhill. And listen to this, the last 4 kilometre splits, 2:58, that was an uphill, a 2:45 on the downhill, then a 2:56 on the uphill, then a 2:50 on the downhill. So you can see why you get this fluctuation, fast, slow in the kilometres because of the uphill and the downhill. The effort from the athletes is probably steady, but the clock tells a different story because of the uphill and the downhill. But there they go. We're down to 6 in this men's half marathon. Road to records. What records are we going to see today? Well, the bell is rung then as they head out onto the final circuit. 52 minutes on the clock. They've got 2.5 kilometers to go. This circuit is exactly 2,504 meters round. Tamarat Tola peeling off the back of this group. He's back in 6th place. There are 5 ahead of him, but he's struggling to go with it now, is Tamarat Tola. And it's Bernard Kimeli. Bernard Kimeli, who leads. He's a 2:10 marathon runner. He ran 2:10 in Berlin last September. He is better at the half marathon. His best 59:07 comes from Prague 3 years ago when he won in the Czech capital. Indeed, the half marathon seems to be his sweet spot, really, Bernard Kimeli. Alfred Barkach just tucked in there. He's probably the shortest of the group, actually, Alfred Barkach. He hasn't really shown at the front at all, just playing things safe at the moment. .219, by the way, Matthew Kimeli of Kenya. And again, they're really tightly bunched here, aren't they? They're on the slight upslope here. So that 18th kilometre was a 2:50. Now they are heading on the upslope. They've gone through 19K now in 53:43. And that was a 2:52, so that was a pretty quick kilometre, 59:39, the projected winning time at the moment as they are on this final lap. So, 2:20 is Attila Bekele of Ethiopia. 2:19, Matthew Kimeli of Kenya. 2:02, Bernard Kimeli. And he has done perhaps the most pushing through this last 2 or 3 kilometers, Bernard Kimeli. It's in Kenya 1 and 2. Bekele is 2:20, the biggest of the three. Very solidly built, isn't he? That's our last kilometer, 2:52. The 19th kilometer, as I said. And a projected winning time of 59:39, but we should be worrying less now about the winning time and more about the fabulous racing that is going to unfold in these next 3 or 4 minutes, because the pressure is on. Each of these men working really hard. Alfred Barkach, it is back in 4th place, just beginning to lose a little bit of ground now. Barkach, who is a 59:46 performer, produced that in Delhi back in 2019. He's run 27:30 for 10,000 on the track, but he is more of a half marathon specialist. Good cross-country runner too. But has never represented Kenya in a major international championships. And Barkach back in 4th place as these three begin to get away. And it's Bernard Kimeli who is asking the questions. There's no doubt about it. Single file now for the first time. Bernard Kimeli, 26 years old. The chain flapping. Working hard here. He knows this is doing damage. He will be aware. A little glance over his shoulder there with 56.5 minutes on the clock. He knows this is hurting those behind him, but he's got to keep up the pressure, because any slight easing on the throttle and the bodies will come up alongside him. And Attila Bekele of Ethiopia to the right of picture. Not as well known as Bernard Kimeli, that's for sure. Relatively unknown, in fact. He is feeling the pressure. Look at that grimace. He too with the chain flapping around, and he glances across there at Matthew Kimeli. Kimeli moves into 2nd place. He's going well. But it's Bernard Kimeli, his namesake, who is looking the strongest at the moment and is pushing so hard. Matthew Kipkorea Kimeli is the man in 2nd place, but Bernard Kimeli, we could have a Kimeli 1-2 here today, because the Kenyans are in 1st and 2nd, and it's Bernard Kimeli. Nearly 58 minutes on the clock. who is pushing now through these last few hundred meters to try and secure the victory. They've gone through 20K and 56.34. The last kilometer at 2:51. We're into the final kilometer now, and it's the Kimeli pairing. 2:19 is Matthew Kimeli. 2:02 to the right of picture is Bernard Kimeli. Familiar with this sort of territory. He's run 59.07 as Bernard Kimeli, and it could come down to a sprint on the track here. The projected winning time at 20K, 59.40. Alfred Barkach back in third place. It could be a Kenyan 1-2-3 here after an Ethiopian victory in the women's half marathon here in Herzogenaurach. But moving to the 4, Matthew Kimeli now, the 24-year-old. He doesn't have the same credentials on the track as so many of the others in the race today. He's a 13:24 5,000 runner, 27:14 for 10,000 on the track, but more importantly, probably a winner here in Herzogenaurach. Takes that final right-hand turn, and then he has to negotiate a left-hand turn towards the finish line, but he has sprinted away here, separated himself. There's daylight between this man, Matthew Kimeli, and Bernard Kimeli, who looks to be heading for second place. And it is indeed Matthew Kimeli who comes to the line, arms aloft to take the victory there, unofficially in 59.30. Wow. Bernard Kimeli in second place. Quick running there from this pack, and plenty of them will have gone under 60 minutes. There's no doubt about that. Not quite as quick as last year when Abel Kipchumba ran 58.48 to take victory in the inaugural Road to Records event. But that was perfectly judged by Matthew Kimeli. He is a 58.43 half marathon runner. That was in Valencia last October. So he started here certainly as one of the favorites. He's quick over 10K on the roads too. But that, for Matthew Kimeli, is his first ever half marathon victory. It's his 5th half marathon. He ran well in Ras Al Khaimah back in February, but it was 16th there, albeit in 61 minutes. But today he runs a couple of minutes quicker, and unofficially I got him at 59.30. He crosses the line 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Bernard Kimeli. Brilliant running from these two fellas. What a race. What a race. And the winning time, unofficially 59.31. And Alfred Barkach taking third place. He will have been a long way under 60 minutes as well. And I understand Carrie Tollefson is with the winner now. Carrie.
I am indeed here with our winner, Matthew. You left it to the final 300 meters or so. Talk us through that race.
It was good. Though we were trying to push, but it's like everybody was covered that maybe you will not finish or you will be defeated. Yeah. So it was only about tactical. Yeah.
Very tactical. Fast in the beginning. You all slowed in the middle, and then you wound it up. How does it feel to have your first half marathon win right here on the Adidas Global Headquarters?
Yeah, you know, last time I ran 5 kilometers, and there was a slope. So today I knew that there will be a challenge. So I was trying to keep that energy for the last day. Yeah.
How was the crowd coming in? We were cheering so loud for you. Could you hear us?
Yeah, I hear then the energy also. It's like I feel strong. Yeah.
Well, you look strong, everybody. Our half marathon champion. Congratulations, Matthew.
Thank you so much.
Well, a Kenyan 1-2-3 in the men's half marathon, and can you believe it? That winning time, 59.31 unofficially, and he says it was a tactical race. That is the age we live in. 59.31, a tactical race, and the first three going a long way under 60 minutes, no doubt about that. Matthew Kimeli, the winner this year, Bernard Kimeli second, and Alfred Barkach in third place.
Coming from the Bahamas, when I think of home, I think of the marine life, the beaches, the sand, the sun, just paradise. The thought of losing our marine life because of plastic waste really scares me. I would have never thought it was possible. I don't think a lot of people are aware of what effect the ocean has on us. This isn't an island problem, it's a world problem. It needs the world to do something about it. More than ever, now is the time to really come together to try and make a change. There is a way to save the planet by helping end plastic waste.
Well, yes, Adidas, a company who are very environmentally aware, and their products that I've seen over the last few days, an awful lot of them have notification information attached to them, talking about how they are made with an empathetic perspective on the environment, which is good to know that there is a recycling going on, recycling rubber in the shoes, recycling materials in the apparel. That all matters, all going on in the background. Shawnee Miller-Weibo, of course, the fabulous 400-meter runner, the world's #1 400-meter runner for the last 2 or 3 years, saying how critical the oceans are. And if you live in the Caribbean, one of those Caribbean islands, you know that all too well. There's a not necessarily very interested spectator of affairs this morning here on the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. If you've just joined us in the last few minutes, my name's Tim Hutchings. We've just had the second of 6 races in this festival of racing, the Road to Records here. And it is a glorious morning here, beautiful weather in southern Germany, the sun breaking through now after a cloudy start. We have the 2 10Ks to come for men and women and the 2 5Ks to come as yet for men and women as well. 4 races to come.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vicky Free, and I am the head of global marketing at Adidas. And here at Adidas, we believe in our purpose. Through sport, we have the power to change lives. Now, this is an audacious ambition that requires effort and action every single day. And today, with Road to Records, we not only celebrate the power of sport to bring athletes and communities together, but we are also honored to pay heritage to the late Agnes Tirop by supporting the charity that works to prevent violence against women and girls. Also today, we remind ourselves of another important initiative that is a proof point to our purpose. The one where we use the power of sport to help end plastic waste and contribute to a greener and healthier planet. This initiative is Run for the Oceans. It's one of the biggest running events on the planet for the planet. And speaking of the planet, plastic waste is a problem. And we at Adidas recognize that we're part of the problem. But our ambition is to be an even bigger part of the solution. From actions to lower our carbon footprint and introducing circular services to joining forces with consumers like yourselves to run for the ocean. We are committing to creating a greener and healthier planet for all. And speaking of Run for the Oceans, consider this your invitation to join forces with consumers and athletes from all around the world to create a greener, cleaner planet. This is a movement where each of us as individuals can do something powerful to help end plastic waste. It is a challenge, but together we can create real change. We can create a movement for the planet that proves that when we act together, impossible is nothing. And this year, we have an ambitious target. Our goal is to activate 9.5 million consumers all around the globe to run for the oceans. Now, 9.5 million is approximately the size of the population in London and almost twice the population in Ireland. But we can do this together. You're probably asking how. Well, it's fairly simple. All we need you to do is move. Move your feet, really. Move your feet for 10 minutes, and that effort will remove the equivalent of 1 plastic bottle from the ocean. So every step counts. Every move across many sports, tennis, football, running, basketball, you name it. We just need you to get up and move and to track your steps. So how do you do this? Mark your calendar right now, because on May 9th, you can sign up to be part of this amazing movement. All you need to do is download the Adidas running app and bring your family, friends, and community to move for the planet as we run for the oceans between May 23rd and June 8th. I truly believe together we can create a cleaner, greener planet for all, because we believe impossible is nothing.
Well, there is the main office building at this Adidas campus. And there is the schedule of races. We've had the women's half marathon and the men's half marathon. The men's 10K is next, then the women's 10K. Those are both fabulous races, real strength in depth. And they will be followed by the 5K for men and the 5K for women. There is that glorious shot of the campus and the lake there in the middle. It's fascinating. You go and stand by it, and it seems there's a cacophony of frogs croaking away. It's deafening. It's fascinating. Last night we couldn't figure out what it was. It sounded like a load of geese quacking away, but it was actually frogs in that lake. So tons of wildlife in that lake. You can see a lot of fish if you stand by the side of it and glance down into it. It is a rather glorious setting here. The temperature 12 degrees centigrade. It's warming up a little bit. The wind speed, well, a very gentle 5 kilometers per hour. The victory ceremony is ready, I think, to get underway for the men's half marathon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the half marathon in men's category is ready. And here they are, the top 3 of this race. Finishing in 3rd place with a new personal record of 59:36, Alfred Burkhardt. Alfred Burkhardt, Kenya, 3rd place. Finishing 2nd place with a finishing time of 59:32. This is Bernard Kimeli. And the winner takes it all. Also from Kenya, the winner of this race with a finishing time of 59:30. Give a big hand to Matthew Kimeli. And the trophies are being handed over by Arthur Hertz, Adidas Managing Director, EMEA.
Yes, Arthur Holt, Managing Director of Europe, Middle East and Africa for Adidas, handing over the prizes there to Matthew Kimeli, the champion, Bernard Kimeli, his namesake, who was 2 seconds down, and Alfred Burkhardt with that 10-second personal best for Burkhardt in 3rd place. 59:30, that winning time for Matthew Kimeli. Bernard Kimeli 59:32, Alfred Burkhardt 59:36, improving on his 59:46 previous best.
Und das sind die 3 Top-Athleten, alle 3 aus Kenia. Alfred Burkhardt, Bernard Kimeli und Matthew Kimeli.
1, 2, 3 then for the Kenyans in the men's half marathon. In the women's half, the Ethiopians had the winner and 3rd place through Tigist Asefa. Her 56-second personal best, 67:28 to take the win. And Zedi Bezebeck taking third place of 67.42. That was a 48-second personal best, and sandwiched between them the Kenyan Rosemary Wanjiru with 67.36. So quick races here today. 3 athletes down there on the rostrum in the women's race run is 67 minutes. The first 3 in the men's race a long way under 60 minutes for the half marathon. The next race is just a few minutes away, the men's 10K. Now the half marathon started a few hundred meters away on the far side of the course, whereas this men's 10K and the women's 10K, and indeed the 5Ks as well to come, all starts quite a lot closer to home here near the main office building. Well, I understand Carrie is ready down there.
All right, everybody, we have seen him walking around the legend, Haile Gebrselassie.
It's a sprint to the finish after 10,000 meters. Paul Turgot, Haile Gebrselassie. Turgot still has the advantage. Gebrselassie trying to make one desperate last move. Gebrselassie up on the outside. Here they come to the finish. Gebrselassie leads the way.
Haile Gebrselassie auf den letzten Metern. Das muss es werden. Haile Gebrselassie schafft es. Jetzt ist das Lachen da. Es wird Weltrekord. 2:04:26 Weltrekord durch Haile Gebrselassie.
Haile Gebrselassie then looking to break the 2 hours 4 minute barrier. This is the most astonishing marathon performance in history. The line is just yards away. Haile Gebrselassie writes yet another chapter in the most astonishing distance running career in history.
Well, we've seen Haile here on the ground. We've heard him on the commentary. We will get an interview with him shortly. Back to you, Tim.
Thanks, Carrie. Well, the men's field is ready to go for the 10K. They're lined up just a few yards away from where Carrie is standing, near the finish line. And what a field this is, and it includes the world record holder, Ronix Kipruto. 26:24 he ran in Valencia a couple of years ago to win in the Spanish city over 10K on the roads. And Kipruto to the left of picture there, second to left on this front rank. Look too for Kibiwot Kandie right in the center there. Kandie with 26:51 is the 4th fastest in history. Tadesse to the right, also amongst the favourites. This is a fabulously strong field. Tadesse Worku, whereas at 3:03, he's a 26:56 performer. He was second here last year, back in September, not a year ago. The races last year in September. This, I think, is the more preferred date for years to come. And Mogos Tuamai Abra is a 27:50 performer. The vast majority of these men have gone a long way under 28 minutes, a select few under 27 minutes. But this is the strongest field of the day so far in depth, and there are big hopes for something rather special here today. Although, of course, as we've talked about over the last couple of hours, the nature of this circuit, this 2.5 kilometer lap here, makes it tough.
Presenting the top 3 men 10K. Starting with number 3 from Ethiopia, Adizero. Number 2 from Kenya, Kiplimo. World Half Marathon silver medalist. And number 1 at the bottom, 39, Ronix Kipruto from Kenya. Winner of the 10K Adizero Road to Records 21. These are the top 3 in the field.
Brian Greavy will get them underway then for this 10K. Just 4 laps of this 2.5 kilometer circuit. This incredibly high caliber field. includes the world record holder and defending champion, Ronix Kiplimo. And away they go. If it was a track race, 25 laps of the track. Because it's here in Herzogenaurach on the Adidas campus, 4 laps of the track. And what a speed they've set off at. Incredibly quick. There are pacemakers there, of course. The pacemakers, Nixon Lassia, Kelvin Kibiwat. There were due to be 3, but there have been quite a few changes to the start lists over the last 24 hours. But look at the speed they're heading out at. 3-2-3 towards the back of the field there. And they need to settle down here because they've dropped the pack with less than a minute on the clock. Well, this is unusual. The pack clearly thought that first couple of 100 meters was way too fast. So they have eased right back on the throttle. The pacemaker to the right there is Soufiane Boukantar of Morocco. Ronix Kiplimo to the left of that group, that big pack. That's what, about 5 across. Also there, Vincent Yegon. He's a 27-24 performer on the track. Hasn't broken 28 minutes on the clock yet. Today would be a good time to do it. This race last year won by Ronix Kiplimo in 26:43. He won by 13 seconds from Worku, Tadesse Worku. So they both know the circuit well. They know what sort of times can be produced here. And the temperature's warming up all the time. It was 12 degrees, although up here on this balcony, we've got a slight breeze here high above the finish line. I think down on ground level, it's slightly less breezy. They're a little bit more sheltered. But they are moving well. They're on a slight upslope here, very gradual. It's almost imperceptible, but when you drive up it, it's quite noticeable. And actually, from the very top end of the course down to the bottom end, there's a 9-meter drop, which is about 30 feet. Quite a lot. Well, Vincent Yegon to the right of the group there. Tadesse is there. Tadesse Worku, who was second here last year. He's only 20 now. Second here in September, setting his personal best of 26:56. He has run 26:58 on the track. That was in Hengelo in the Netherlands last summer. And Weldon Langat is a 27:24 performer. He's towards the 4 of that pack. But the pacemakers really do need to have a little glance around now. Maybe slow down just a tiny bit. Let the pack close up on them. And then gradually pick it up and try and imperceptibly tempt the pack almost, or fool the pack into an acceleration. But at the moment, that gap of, what, 25 meters or so is not really helping the pack. These 3 pacemakers almost in a separate race in a way. The one athlete out there from Burundi, you can see to the left of pictures, just behind Ronix Kiplimo, is Rodrigue Quizera, 22-year-old Burundian, has a best of 27:55. And actually his road best is a lot quicker than his track best. Because, of course, road racing nowadays, in many respects, is almost a separate sport. You get road specialists who have never raced on the track, don't race on the track, have no intention of racing on the track. And Quizera, his best on the track is 28:21. He's run nearly 30 seconds quicker on the roads, 27:55. Well, the first kilometre, 2:44 there. And that is good and quick. So 2:44 for the first kilometre. And if they want to hit, well, 28 minutes would be 2:48 pace, so they're well inside that. So 2:44, well, you can work it out for yourself. They're on something just outside 27-minute tempo at the moment. They're settling down. I understand they're going to be rejoined by Haile Gebrselassie, so Haile will be coming up here in a minute or two to talk with us through this 10K, a man with more experience probably than anybody in history when it comes to big races, running fast, setting records, world records too, not just Ethiopian records or African records. They are doing a good job, these fellas. 2:44 for the first kilometre, and the second kilometre was at 2:45. So the cumulative time at 2K 5:28, that was a 2:45, as I say, and that would put them on a projected finishing time of 27:22. So it's moving along smartly now, and the pacemakers have done the right thing. I think they've eased off a little bit as we see confirmation of that 2K split, 5:28, and the pack are in touch with them now. And now they need to gradually, very, very carefully, don't let the pack know, but pick it up a little bit, and the pack could be dragged along with them. Ronix Kipruto to the left of picture. Very good recent form. He won the New York Half Marathon back on the 20th of March in 60:30 by 7 seconds from Kenya's Edward Chezarek. In fact, Ronix Kipruto's won his last 6 outings at 10K on the roads, including that win here last year in 26:43, a comfortable win. But he was only 9th in the 10,000 in Tokyo in 27:52 at the Olympic Games, that is, last year. It was won, remember, by Kenya's Solomon Barega in 27:43. So they, with 7 minutes on the clock, they have now negotiated the first lap, and they're retracing their ground now. So the 3K split will come through pretty soon. I would expect them to be around 8:15, something like that, at 3K. Auf der Temperatur, auf dem Thermometer ist die Temperatur schon einige Grade nach oben geklettert, gemessen am Start des Halbmarathons der Frauen. Well, Sebastian Sawe is there as well. Sawe was 3:05. He's a 58:02 half marathon runner. Very late starter, Sawe. Weldon Kiplangat is there too. Weldon Langat, excuse me, 27:24 performer. Did that in last October, so relatively recently, in where he won in Laredo in Spain. Weldon there to the left of picture, in good form through this winter. But he has broken 60 minutes 3 times for the half marathon, so he's got good strength. And another athlete to watch there, Cornelius Kemboy. One of the dark horses for me in this race. He could make the top 3, my notes say. Trains with Ronix Kipruto, and actually trained by Brother Colm at the St. Patrick's High School up in E10. And apparently very, very slick speaker. Sounds like he's from the USA. He's got a couple of brothers in the USA, that's why. So he's spent a lot of time learning English with an American accent. 3 kilometre time, by the way, 8:11. I said it might be 8:15. With 3:11, that was a 2:43. So they've gone 2:44, 2:45, 2:43. They're keeping it really honest. That is a projected winning time of 27:17. So it is quick at the moment. Saw Gamechu there as well. Gamechu, Dida Gamechu, the 22-year-old Ethiopian with the best of 28:24.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only one, but 2 world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. We're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 204 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Simberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Well, the pace is being maintained very strongly indeed. 4 kilometers now in this men's 10K here in Herzogenaurach in 10:55. The 4th kilometer was at 2:44. So they're split so far, 2:44, 2:45, 2:43, and 2:44. They went through 3K in 8:11, 4K in 10:55, 5K coming up. Now, if they're going to go down towards 27-minute territory, and remember, last year, this race was won by Ronix Kipruto in 26:43, a long way under 27 minutes, then they need to get to 5K in 13:30. And they are on schedule for something around that. Might be a little bit outside it at the moment. Weldon Langat leading at the moment. He's only run 28:43 for the track 10,000, but that was in Nairobi last year. He is strong though, and that's why I think Langat is wanting to push the pace here mid-race, to keep it really honest. Philemon there, Philemon Kiplimo to the right of picture. Quite small, probably about the shortest in the group, in fact, the 23-year-old. He's run 27:36, but that was during a half marathon in Copenhagen a couple of years ago. Relatively inexperienced at 10K on the road. He's only done 3, and 2 of them were in Kenya, Philemon Kiplimo, so this is a big opportunity for him to show what he can do. He's better known as a half marathon runner, but he didn't finish the half marathon in Ras Al Khaimah back on the 19th of February. Philemon Kiplimo, Ronix Kipruto looking pretty comfortable there. He has got an incredible engine. The world record holder and defending champion to left of picture, Ronix Kipruto. Amazing consistency he can boast to, Ronix Kipruto. They come through after 2 laps, so 5K coming up very shortly. In fact, they've just gone through, excuse me, 5K in 13:34. And that 5th kilometer, the quickest of the race so far at 2:40. That was because they were coming down the downslope of that top section of the course. At 2:40, that takes their projected time way down to 27:09. And now we are in serious territory against the clock. Weldon Langat there continues to lead. To the right of picture is Rodriguez. And Rodrigue Kwizera of Burundi. Only a 27.55 performer. He's running a lot quicker than that at the moment. Would be phenomenal for him if he can go a long way under 28 minutes. Yasin Haji is there as well, center of picture. The 26-year-old Ethiopian. His best is 27 minutes exactly, Yasin Haji. Second in the World Juniors 5,000. Back in 2014, 8 years ago now, and that was to Yomif Kajelcha, who goes in the 5K in a little while after the women's 10K, which comes after this. Then we've got both the 5Ks to come. If you've joined us in the last few minutes, well, welcome to the second edition of Adidas's Road to Records here from their headquarters in southern Germany, in Herzogenaurach. We've had the 2 half marathons already this morning. This is the third race of 6. The men's 10K, the women's 10K will follow, and then the men's 5K and women's 5K. Well, this is a big group, moving really well. 5K in 13:34. Cornelius Kemboy, with the best of only 28:11, is to the right of picture there. Just center, well, third from right actually at the moment, as we see Sebastian Sawe and Rodrigue Kwizera of Burundi over to this side of the course. There are bodies peeling off though. You can see athletes in the background, but this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think 11 strong, this group. 11 in the pack, that then as they approach 6K. Well, there's a really good idea of the speed they're moving at. That's past the garaging area up at the top of the course, and now they have the downslope, and guess who's in the lead and is beginning to turn the screw? Ronex Kipruto, the world record holder, has fabulous speed endurance. He's run 13:07 for 5,000 on the track. He's run 7 10K races on the road, and he's won 6 of them, including September's win here in Herzogenaurach. And Ronex Kipruto, the world record holder, well, what a talent he is. Listen to this. At the age of 17, he ran 27:13 in Prague for 10K on the track. He won the World Junior 10,000 meter title the following year in 2018. He is now far more of a devoted road racer. He ran the 10,000 in Tokyo last year at the Olympic Games, but only finished in 9th place in a race won by Barega. Kajelcha was 8th in that race, by the way. Kajelcha, the world record holder for the mile indoors. I always wondered why he was running the 10,000 there, I must admit, because I think his 5,000 is probably his sweet spot. But anyway, this is the downslope. And you get an idea there of this downslope, don't you, as they come down towards the main building at the end of this third lap. They will have 1 lap to go. They'll hear the bell in a minute or so's time. They've gone through 6K now, by the way, in 16:18. That was a slight upslope, so it was a 2:44, that 6th kilometre. And this 7th kilometre will be very fast indeed. That's 2:44 refers to the 6th kilometre. They went through in 16:18, so it was actually over 2 minutes ago now. The estimated finishing time is 27:10. I wonder if they can ease under 27 minutes here with Ronex Kipruto in aggressive form. Sebastian Sawe is also there at the front end, doing quite a bit of the aggressive running. But it is mostly about Ronex Kipruto now for my money. And Rodrigue Kwizera has also been there. Yasin Haji back in about 5th place, and it's beginning to string out now as they approach the end of this third lap. Just 1 lap to go after this. Yasin, the shorter of this pack of, what, 5 or 6 that are getting away. Also there, Tadesse Worku, the 20-year-old, 26.56 performer, but it is becoming single file, and it is Sebastian Sawe who is pushing really strongly as they approach the bell, and Ronix Kipruto being stretched by this in his slipstream. Tadesse Worku back in third place for Ethiopia, second here last year. In fact, Ronix Kipruto back in third place at the moment, and they hear the bell now. 1 lap to run, 3 behind them. 7K, 18:57, and the split for this 7th kilometer, 2:39, by far the quickest so far. They have flown through this last 3 or 4 minutes, and Sebastian Sawe is kicking off that, can you believe? 18:57 at 7K, a 2:39 split. That's under 13:20 pace for 5,000 meters. Well, the racing is on in earnest now as they have about 3/4 of a lap to go here in Herzogenaurach. And it is so fast, so harsh at the front that Ronix Kipruto, the defending champion, at the moment they're left of picture, but he's back in 5th place. And Tadesse now moving to the fore. Young Tadesse Worku, only 20 years old, winner of the World Junior 3,000 meters last year in Nairobi. He came second in the 5,000 at those World Junior Championships just the very next day. But he won the 3,000 in 7:42 at the altitude of the Moi Stadium just outside Nairobi. He was second in the World Junior Cross Country in Denmark in Horus in 2019. And the 8K split, 21:37, and that's another 2:39. They have blitzed this last 2 kilometers. The projected time is now down to 27:01. Wow. And it is Tadesse at the front, and Ronix Kipruto at the moment struggling back in 4th place. The tempo is unrelenting now. A couple of 2:39s. That is super fast racing. Tadesse Worku continues to lead, and Yasin is in 2nd place. Yasin Haji, the 26-year-old, he's a 27-minute performer. He actually did that, 27 minutes exactly, on the 20th of March, so only some 5 weeks ago. So Yasin Haji is in superb shape, we know that. So Ethiopia 1 and 2 at the moment. And Sebastian Sawe of Ethiopia is the less well-known of the 3 at 10 kilometers on the roads. But he's going superbly at the moment. And there's still the athletes in 4th, 5th and 6th are not done yet as they pass the garages at the top end of the course here on this Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. If you joined us in the last few minutes, we're on the final lap of 4 in this men's 10 kilometers, the 3rd race of the day. And the weather has improved markedly over the last hour or so. It's a beautiful sunny morning here in Bavaria. And as these athletes now negotiate the flat section at the top of the course, and then will gradually swing right to head on the long downhill sweep towards the finish line on this final lap. It is anybody's race. 6 of them now. The chasing trio have sort of regained contact with the leading trio. World record holder Ronix Kipruto to the left of picture for Kenya. Himself only 22. He's the defending champion from this race last year. Who has got the legs? Who has got the cojones, as they say, for this final few hundred meters? Because that's all that's left. They've gone through 9K now. We're into the final kilometre. 24:19 for the 9th kilometre. That was a 2:42. And that was the upslope. There wasn't much deceleration there, was there? The last 3 kilometres, 2:39, 2:39 and 2:42. They've covered the last 3 kilometres in 7:59. Fabulously quick running for a 10K road race. And now it's Kiplimo who hits the front. He's remained relatively anonymous through the race to this point, but Kiplimo, the 4th fastest athlete in history, 26:51. He ran in Geneva to win in October last year. Kiplimo hits the front, grimacing hard now. He knows he's just got to survive another minute and a half or so. And the grimacing going on behind him. All these men are absolutely flat out. Yasin Hadji looks to have had enough. The 26-year-old Ethiopian is back towards the back end of this group of 6, but it's almost single file now, and it's Kiplimo looking supreme. He's the number 2 all-time for the half marathon on the roads with 57:32. That is the Kenyan national record. He set that in Valencia in December 2020 when he won the half marathon there in Spain. So he has enormous half marathon strength, great speed too. 4 very fast half marathons back in 2020. He won RAK, he won in Prague, he was 2nd in the World Championships in Gdynia, Poland, and then he won in Valencia to set a then world record of 57:32. Well, he's not the world record holder anymore at the half marathon, but he looks to be heading for victory here today in Herzogenaurach. Kiplimo saved his best till last. Didn't hit the front until it really mattered with about a minute and a half to go. And he storms into the final couple of hundred meters here, the 25-year-old. His best 26:51. It's going to be superbly fast here. Look at the clock. It's going to be under 27 minutes. Unofficially 26:50 there for Kiplimo to take the victory. Wow. Last year, Ronix Kipruto won by 13 seconds in 26:43. Well, this was a much closer affair. This might well be the fastest ever 10-kilometer road race in terms of packing of the leading 4 or 5 runners, because they all have gone under 27 minutes, I think. Really quick. Brilliant stuff. Sebastian Sawe there of Kenya, broaching a new ground. I think that's a massive personal best for him. And Rodriguez too, setting a new ground. Rodriguez Quizera, whose best was 27:55. He's just run a personal best by something like a minute. Astonishing. Boy, oh boy. And that last kilometre, can you believe, wait for it, 2:32. 2:32. And I'll work out for you in a minute with my appalling maths while I'm trying to talk at the same time what the second 5 kilometres was. It was about 13:20 or something like that. Look at this, the winning form of Kiplimo as he crashes through the line there in 26:50. If that is confirmed, by the way, it's a personal best for him by 1 second. He ran 26:51 to win in Geneva, Switzerland in last October. And Kari Tollefson looks ready to have a chat with Kiplimo there. The cameras are clicking away at the newly crowned champion over 10K here in Herzogenaurach. And Kari, I guess you're ready.
All right, Kiplimo, you did it. You hid out for a little bit. You were in the back of the pack for a little bit, and then here you come and you win the race. Talk about your race.
Surely the race was very competitive. As you compare all whom we were competing with them, they are international athletes, and actually I have did my part, and I am very proud to be the winner.
26, unofficially 51. So fast. Talk about your time.
My target for this race was to run sub 27, and actually I make it.
How are the shoes?
Very wonderful. Bravo Adidas for producing such a shoe. which is just make us to run sub 27.
Amazing athlete in the shoes. Great package. Awesome job.
Thank you very much.
All my early memories involved being around water. It was something my family shared together. Coming from mainland China, my grandfather never got to interact with the ocean. So when he moved to Canada, it was something he fell in love with. He taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
Well, Kiplimo there, paying homage to the footwear which has enabled him to run such fast times. And I think today, if his time is confirmed as 26:51, equal his personal best to the second. Nearly half an hour of running, and he's run exactly the same time as he ran to win in Geneva in October, on the 3rd of October. Well, he's a fascinating athlete, Kiplimo. They set off obviously half an hour or so ago. And Candier never really showed. I can hardly remember mentioning him, even though he was one of the pre-race favourites, because he just didn't feature. He was always tucked in the back of the pack. He wasn't there at 3K, at 5K, at 7K, at 8K, even at 9K. I don't think he really featured. And he only came through in the latter stages to storm to that win. Well, the bell was rung after very aggressive running through the 7th, 8th kilometres and 9th kilometre too. 7:59 for the 3K to 7 to 9 kilometres. And then Candier hit the front when it mattered as they came round the final bend. He had broken clear and took the win in 26:51. And Carrie, I gather you're ready again.
Gate behind, yeah? The camera. Take the gate.
Oh, yeah. All right, Alberto, we're down here at the finish line. I have some news. We have a national record for Kwizera, a Burundi national record, so congratulations there.
Great
Alberto, it is so fun out here today. The excitement, the energy. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's great. For us, coming together as with our team, our people, our brand partners, and our athletes and the managers, and being together and celebrate sport in such a high level of performance is fantastic.
Alberto, we are seeing such great athletes here. You have brought them here from all over the world, but we also are seeing some amazing technology on their feet. How exciting is it for Adidas to see both the athletes and the shoes out on the course today?
Yeah, you said it well. It's the combination of the human factor that is fundamentally important in sport, and the combination with products that can enable and empower them to reach their best. And this is the instinct of our founders. He was creating product to make the athletes being the best and to be the best for the athletes.
I was a long-time Adidas athlete, and to be able to come here to the headquarters is super special. But you guys have a really neat environment here, don't you?
Yeah, it's really special for us, for our people, for our teams every day, and it's special for our athletes and for our partners when we can be together and experience this all together.
We have a community race after the elite races today. Lots of people are here to run as well. Thank you so much for what you're doing and for all of the great product that Adidas has and for what you're doing, all the initiatives that you're doing for the environment.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone participating and to thank for you.
Yes.
everyone, and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only one, but two world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. We're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 204 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Simberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await, new finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. Running is watching you, and there's no place to hide.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. The award ceremony of the 10-kilometer race in men's category is ready. Die Siegerehrung 10K. Here they are, the top three of this race. Finishing third with a new national record of Burundi. Finishing time 26:56. Rodrigue Quizera. Finishing second, his time 26:54. He's from Kenya, Sebastian Sawe. And the winner of this race today, also from Kenya, his winning time, 26:50. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Kiplimo. And our trophies are being handed over by Brian Gravy, Executive Board Member, Adidas Global Brands. And here they are, the top three: Rodrigue Quizera, Sebastian Sawe, and the winner, Kiplimo.
Well, there's the trio. Kandie running 26:50 for the fourth fastest. In fact, a new personal best for him by 1 second. But he remains the fourth fastest in history. What I can tell you is that Sebastian Sawe's time in second place, 26:54, is the fastest ever losing time. The quickest ever losing time. So in a way, that is a record. And of course, there was a national record for the Burundian Rodrigue Quizera in third place, 26:56. That was incredible running by Kandie. Listen to this, his two halves, 13:34 for the first 5K. His second 5K, 13:17. 13:17 for 5K on the roads. That's 2 laps of this course here in Herzogenaurach, which is has an uphill slope and a downhill slope on each side. So 13:17 for 5K for the second half.
Both my grandparents were track and field athletes as well as my mom, so we've always inspired each other. I grew up right on the coast, so all my early memories involved being around water. The connection to the oceans and rivers has always been something my family has shared together. My grandfather was always a really big role model for me. Coming from mainland China, he never got to interact with the ocean, so it was the rivers that he felt connected to. When he moved to Canada, the ocean was completely new for him, and it was something he fell in love with. My grandpa taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
Hello, also from my side. My name is Harry Miles, and I'm a senior researcher here at Adidas. As my colleague Melanie has already mentioned, we have a range of approaches to our research, which we modify and fine-tune, depending on the desired outcome for training and race day. Once we have a prototype in hand, we start with specific mechanical testing, where we can begin to understand how the shoe performs, specifically mimicking athletes' running behavior in standardized conditions. We work extensively here with both Adidas athletes and consumers, researching and validating our work both in labs and in the field. We leverage a series of unique biomechanical and physiological testing with our athletes. Using prototypes, we fine-tune and tailor the engineering of each shoe in the Adizero range. Through that research and the datasets we obtain, we predict the running performance of athletes in our shoes on race day. We use state-of-the-art 3D motion capture and physiological testing equipment comprehending and fine-tuning our athletes' kinetics and kinematics, understanding the impact it has on running efficiencies, and eventually running performance. This is a process of true co-creation, putting the athletes at the center of everything we do. Leveraging our athletes' data, we provide them with the best possible footwear, helping them to break records.
Well, there is the headquarters building of Adidas here in Herzogenaurach, their global headquarters in Bavaria. We're about an hour and a half away from the glorious city of Munich. Got to spend a few hours and a tour of the city a couple of days ago, and what a delight Munich is. I've been there a few times, but I'd never really seen much of the city, and it is fabulous. The architecture in Munich is quite magnificent, and the weather today quite magnificent, as that young man is finding out. He's enjoying himself, isn't he, out there in the meadows of this rather glorious Adidas campus. There's a lovely blend of buildings and green spaces in between them. There are lakes. There's a nursery for the staff. This headquarters building, Adidas, I understand, has several thousand people work on it, and that building you can see in the background there of that shot, that grey building in the background, that's the car park. It is massive. It's a huge, it's about 400 meters long, and I don't know, about 6 or 8 cars deep. The weather conditions here have been glorious all morning, and it is warming up. Now it's 14 degrees centigrade, because it's been pretty chilly, frankly, for the last couple of hours. 65% humidity and very little breeze across this Adidas campus. So we are enjoying ourselves now, and the racing is really beginning to hot up with that last 10K producing the headline factors. I can tell you, in fact, that there were 8 members of the sub-27-minute club for 10K on the roads. There are now 10 members of that club, because the second and third places today producing some quite spectacular running and joining the sub-27-minute club. Candiate winning in 26:50. That was a new personal best for him. He's still the 4th fastest in history. His 13:17 second 5K was quite remarkable. But Sebastian Soe running 26:54. It's the fastest ever losing time for 10K on the roads, and he joins the sub-27 club, as does the Burundian with a new national record, Rodrigue Quizera, 26:56. Well, the next race is the 4 laps of the women's 10K. That promises to be very special too, a very high caliber field, and a very special race that last year produced a world record. I don't know if we'll get a world record today, but the quality of the racing here in Herzogenaurach will continue, I'm sure, as the temperature continues to rise, thankfully. I think we all got lulled into a false sense of security. It was beautiful here yesterday. It was about 20-21 degrees in Bavaria, but today, this morning, it started off pretty cool.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await, new finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. running is watching you. And there's no place to hide.
Well, plenty of national banners blowing in the very gentle breeze here in Herzogenaurach. Athletes have come from Japan and, of course, Africa, from the USA. And there are plenty of nationalities represented here in the different races, 6 races here in Herzogenaurach. And we're halfway through. We've had 3 races, not in distance terms. We've had 2 half marathons and a 10K. The women's 10K is next. Last year, this was an event that produced a quite stunning world record on a day of 2 world records in the inaugural edition of the Road to Records Racing Festival, Elite Racing Festival. But a very special moment coming up before the women's 10K, and I'll hand you over to Carrie Tollefson.
Well, everyone, we would like to take a special moment to remember the world record holder from last event in September, Agnes Tirop. She was taken from us shortly after, and we're going to hear from her dear friend and founder of Agnes Tirop's Angels, Viola Cheptulagat, who is also a Kenyan Olympian and was 2nd at the New York City Marathon last fall.
My name is Viola Chepto. I'm an active athlete. I run from half marathon to full marathon. I'm also an active member and the founder of Tirop's Angels, which is a foundation that my friends and myself started because of the murder of our friend Agnes Tirop. Agnes was a friend and like a sister to us, and that's why when she was murdered, we decided that enough is enough. We were not going to allow somebody else to go through what happened to her. We are not going to have Agnes as a statistic, and that's why we decided to speak out about gender-based violence. Agnes broke the world record last year, and she should be enjoying her life. She should be breaking more records in half marathon to full marathon. And that's why we are not going to allow gender-based violence to be normalized, because that's what it is, especially in Kenya. Gender-based violence is a problem, and that's why we have strategized short-term and long-term plans on how to end it. And our short-term plans is to reach out to victims by identifying who the victims of gender-based violence are, and then we educate them on what gender-based violence is and also how to survive after being victims of gender-based violence. Our long-term plans includes a hotline number where if somebody is being abused or they are being victims of gender-based violence, they can reach out 24 hours a day and they can get the support they need. Our second long-term plan is to have safe homes for victims of gender-based violence. That way, if somebody is being a victim, they can call and they can have a place to stay until they get the help that they need. Finally, I would like to say thank you to Adidas and the team for supporting Tirop's Angels, because without your help, we wouldn't be growing as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Viola. Now let's hear more about Agnes and Tirop's Angels.
Einen Moment der Andacht und der Stille bitten. I would like to ask you for a moment of silence in honor and loving memory of our wonderful Agnes Tirop. Thank you very much.
Well, a wonderfully handled recognition of the talent that was Agnes Tirop, taken from us at the hands of another, just 10 days shy of her 26th birthday last year. And she broke the world record in the 10 kilometers for women back in September. And it's the women's 10 kilometers that is coming up next, the fourth race of the day here in the Road to Records. It was a women's only world record that she set, and we're hoping for more records here today in what is a very strong field in this women's event. As you can see, quite a big field too. Yasmin Chan amongst the favourites. The former Kenyan, she was Vivian Jemutai. She changed names and took up Turkish nationality. Was 11th in Tokyo in the 10,000 meters last year at the Olympic Games. Chan starts here certainly as one of the favorites. Joyce Chepkemoi. Chepkemoi, the 26-year-old Kenyan, has run 31:38. And Chepkemoi, in her fourth race of 2022, should be in fine form here. It's always good to have a series of races. And Sheila Kiprchik-Chepkirui, well, the fastest in the field is a best of 29:46, making her one of the quickest athletes in history. Indeed, the fifth fastest in history. Sheila Chepkirui. But who will take this one? The men's 10K, just a few minutes ago, if you've just joined us, produced spectacular racing, a win for Kiplimo Kandye in 26:50. The fourth fastest time in history, and the second and third place is going under 27 minutes too. It's the turn of the ladies now. The Ethiopians had a win in the women's half marathon, the first race of the day, through Tigist Assefa. Big personal best for her by nearly a minute here in the on the Olympia ring in Herzogenaurach, the global headquarters of Adidas. Will it be another battle for glory here between the Ethiopians and the Kenyans? Or can one or two of the other athletes get in there? There are South Africans and Eritreans in the field, and they are on the way. Well, as ever, the first couple hundred meters and that sharp right-hand turn produces a surge for the front. And the men's race, well, it'll take some matching, that's for sure. And having rightly recognized the wondrous running and the tragic ending of the life of Agnes Tirop, we now focus upon this women's 10-kilometer race, 4 laps of this 2.5-kilometer circuit here in Herzogenaurach, and I'm joined in the commentary box by one Kerry Tollefson. Kerry, you just zip up here as quick as anything from down there. You look as cool as a cucumber, and if I might say so, you did that very well. It was a fitting tribute to a great athlete. There are great athletes in this race, Kerry, as well. Who are you looking for in particular?
Oh, you know, I'm looking for all of them to just have a wonderful race. You know, the last time we saw someone race with Agnes on their mind, we were watching Viola Cheptegei at the New York City Marathon, where she ran her debut marathon, and she placed second. And it was so heavy then because it was right after the news. And, you know, we're out here today, and just to feel that energy of sadness, but also they want to go and run for her. And so I'm looking for all of these ladies to go out here, and they have a purpose today. They're here to honor her, all of them. And I think it's going to be a special race.
Well, they set off at a pretty healthy clip, that's for sure. The pacemaker. And it should be 2 pacemakers, Agnes Mumbua and Sarah Chalangat. And Fancy Chemutai is in there as well. She's to the right there, second to right in the black strip, Francie Chemutai. She was the winner of the Rack Half Marathon back in 2018. I saw her run 64.52 there, only missed the world record by a couple of seconds. She is a fabulously strong athlete, the 27-year-old Francie Chemutai. She certainly starts as one of the favorites. And Yasmin Chan, well, there she is, right in the center, tall figure, sort of second to left at the moment there. She's got a strange running style, really flings her arms across her body, does the former Vivian Chemutai. She took up her Turkish nationality back in 2015. But that's a big pack, Kerry, and I don't expect it to break down to a small number anytime soon.
We haven't seen that today. I mean, just until the final few hundred meters on all of the races have they broken up, and it's been pretty exciting down on the ground level here. You're up a little bit higher looking over the athletes, but when we're down on the ground level, you know, you really can't see what's happening until that final turn. So it is exciting. But Yasmin Chan, you talked a little bit about her. She was in that phenomenal 10,000 meter race in 2016 where they ran so fast, and now she's moving up in distance. She's still only 25 years old. She's very young. And I think that's the one we're going to keep our eye on today. There's a lot of athletes that have great pedigree and great, you know, resumes, but I would have to say Yasmin Chan, just knowing that she's got that 10,000 meter speed, she knows how to run this distance, that's who I'm looking at.
Well, the athlete right in the center there, Joyce Chepkemoi-Tele, is a 30.59 athlete on the track. Anything under 31 minutes on the track for 10,000 meters is fabulously quick. She's only run 31.38 on the road, but I think she's probably worth something slightly better than that. This is her fourth race of the year, and she's had a cross countries and a couple of half marathons, one of which was a 65-minute clocking. Now
not too long ago.
Shows enormous strength.
Yeah, in Berlin, she just ran 105.50, so she is in very good shape. Can she come back that quick? It's a quick turnaround, but a lot of athletes are seeing that. And again, we've been talking about the technology, but I think that's really helping these athletes bounce back from longer races to shorter races on the roads, even getting onto the track.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about the shoes. I haven't talked about the shoes a great deal this morning, but one of the primary benefits that gets under the radar a little bit is not just how these shoes help you in races, but actually your legs get less beaten up if you wear the training shoe version of with the technology in it. So if your training is more protected, your legs less beaten up after, let's say, a long Sunday run on a Monday, you can still put in a hard day's training. You're not recovering from that 20K or 25K on Sunday. That benefit of less damage in training enables you to go into your races with even better shape. It just gives you another 5%, I guess.
It does. It gives you a lot of time to be able to recover in between workouts and to be able to recover from the races. So yeah, you can't run quite as many miles in these shoes like we maybe did back in the day, but you know what? When you're producing fast times and things like that, I'm sure Adidas is willing to give you more pairs.
Absolutely. Well, this is quick. Look, they're on the downhill section here of this first lap of 4. 5 minutes, nearly 5.5 minutes on the clock, and we'll take a look at how the splits are coming through. The first kilometre, by the way, was 2:59 in this women's 10K. 2:59 for the first K. That is quick. That's sub 30-minute pace.
Yep. They are taking it out hard. We've seen that now. As the day has gotten going, we've been seeing the races get out a little bit quicker. That first race that we saw today, the half marathon on the women's side, very slow in the beginning. The men's half marathon took off a little faster. Again, on the men's 10K, they came out a little bit hot, slowed down, finished hot. These guys, right on pace.
Well, they are. That is a huge pack. I'm amazed at how strong it is, how big it is, I should say, as they 6 minutes on the clock. They must have gone through 10K, so that split will come through very quickly. We'll try and bring you these splits there. Great system being used to be able to give you the splits every kilometre. There's a very slight delay on it. There it is, 2K 6:01 for 2K, so that second kilometre was a 3:02, but that's because there is a slight upslope and then a downslope, of course, and that has been the fluctuation throughout all the races and the splits coming through.
The woman right in the middle of the pack there, Sheila Kiprodich-Chipkaruri, she was second here last year, 16 seconds back to Agnes Tirop. Excited to be back. She's having a really good year, but her agent said she is not very known. Now, she's been running for a long time. She's 32 years old, but she's somebody that's always in the mix, but not really the name that gets the attention, and he thinks she deserves it.
Well, she certainly does. She was second behind a world record last year in still a very quick time. Then she absolutely deserves recognition. But I wonder how long it'll take for this pack to thin out, Kerry. I mean, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 11 or 12 athletes there. More than that. What am I saying? 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. I reckon there's 13 in this squad, in this pack so far. And yes, Faith Chirono was to the left of that. This is the chasing pack. Dom Scott there for South Africa. She's a 31.59 athlete. She's actually run 31 minutes dead on the track.
Yeah, and she's just coming off a national championship where she won the 5,000 meters. She was really excited. She came straight from South Africa here. She does train in the States, in Boulder. But yeah, a really good runner coming around.
Well, that pack also from my side, my name is Harry Miles, and I'm a senior researcher here at Adidas. As my colleague Melanie has already mentioned, we have a range of approaches to our research, which we modify and fine-tune, depending on the desired outcome for training and race day. Once we have a prototype in hand, we start with specific mechanical testing, where we can begin to understand how the shoe performs, specifically mimicking athletes' running behavior in standardized conditions. We work extensively here with both Adidas athletes and consumers, researching and validating our work both in labs and in the field. We leverage a series of unique biomechanical and physiological testing with our athletes. Using prototypes, we fine-tune and tailor the engineering of each shoe in the Adizero range. Through that research and the datasets we obtain, we predict the running performance of athletes in our shoes on race day. We use state-of-the-art 3D motion capture and physiological testing equipment, comprehending and fine-tuning our athletes' kinetics and kinematics, understanding the impact it has on running efficiencies and eventually running performance. This is a process of true co-creation, putting the athletes at the center of everything we do. Leveraging our athletes' data, we provide them with the best possible footwear, helping them to break records.
So back to the racing then. The chasing group to the left of picture there with Dom Scott of South Africa leading that chasing group. But they have to be realistic, these athletes. If you get into a distance race and it blasts off at a tempo you simply know straight away you cannot maintain, you have to dial back and accept that you're going to run at your optimum pace, and that's what they're doing. They're smart running going on behind, even if they're not in this front pack.
Yeah, have to run your own race, and like we've said, they want to set PBs, they want to set national records. They want to have a great race. On your left of your screen, Faith Chirono. This is someone I want to keep an eye on as well. She's only 19 years old. She just placed 4th at the Kenyan Cross Country Championships in January, but she is really something else. For her to be this young, running this fast, we are going to see this woman for a long time.
Yeah, quite compact compared with a lot of these races. There's athletes who are super tall and athletes less so, but they are all fierce trainers, fierce racers. And just looking there at Irene Kimais, who has run 31.52 on the roads, but 30.37 on the track. She was 5th here last year, Irene Kimais. She has Irene there. There she is to the right of the group. 5th here last year in 69.02 in the half marathon. Well, today she's obviously choosing the 10K. Already she's run a couple of halves this year. She won the Rome Ostia half marathon the 6th of March in 66 minutes. She's strong and in really good shape. And then she was second in Berlin earlier on this month, the 3rd of April, again in 66 minutes, 66.34. So she is coming to this with a really good base of strength and speed endurance carry. And we might see something quite special here from Irene Kimais.
You know, we used to think that the more speed you had, the faster you went. But then people are really showing us the more strength you have, the better your speed is. So, you know, having a little bit of everything, and obviously when we are in practice, we're working speed and endurance, but we are seeing so many half marathoners come down and see better times than they ever have in the 10,000 meters, 10K on the roads.
No, that's absolutely right. In fact, there's a coaching philosophy that believes that your speed will come through almost naturally if you put in a lot of strength work, and you don't have to do a lot of speed work to put the icing on the cake, so to speak, when you've done all the preparation, the endurance work. I'm interested to see Joyce Chepkemoi-Tele there, because she's stayed right in the center of the front rank for the 12 minutes of this race so far. They've gone through 3K, by the way, in 9:03, 3:02. So the projected winning time then was 30:11. But that has included 2 upslopes. Now they're going across the top of the course, and then they'll take the long drag back down. So at 4K, they might get back under 3K per kilometre tempo. But it is beginning to thin out pretty quickly now, Carrie, well before halfway. We're on the second lap of 4, and yet we're down to, what, 5 or 6?
Well, I liked when you were speaking to Haile Gebrselassie. You were just hanging out with Haile that whole time. But, you know, he was saying that, yes, obviously we want to run for the win. But they are also thinking about that time. And, you know, if people are shouting it at them or if they're able to see it, they are chasing that clock as well. So just interesting to see how tight this pack is, wondering how much the time matters to them right now or if they are really just going for the win.
No, absolutely right. So 4 kilometers, 12:06, so 3:03 there. So they've gone 2:59. The first kilometer was super fast, then a 3:02, a 3:02, and a 3:03. So they're keeping it really honest. We're just outside 30-minute tempo at the moment. You know, anything inside 30 minutes is spectacularly quick. The world record, by the way, is 29:14 by Yelamzurf Yehuala of Ethiopia. That was back in the 27th of February, just a couple of months ago. But the fastest in this field today is Sheila Kiprotich with 29:46. She ran that in Valencia a couple of years back. She is the 5th fastest in history, but anybody here who gets down to 30 minutes flat or under 30 minutes is probably going to win. Agnes Tirop, of course, setting a world record in women's only 10K last year. But there is Sheila Kiprotich, 31 years old now, very experienced. That 29:46 puts her in a rare club of athletes. There's in fact only 9 athletes in history who have broken 30 minutes for the 10K on the roads.
And she's done it 3 times. Isn't that amazing?
That says something, doesn't it?
She's a mom, she's a soldier back home.
That's Haile Gebrselassie-esque.
Oh, I know.
Because he just used to churn out fast times year after year after year. And I always admire that with athletes. I think, you know, it's fantastic to produce one very fast time in a career or 2 or 3 different distances. And you can't call it a flash in the pan. That would be disrespectful. But actually to be able to produce great performances year after year after year takes a special athlete.
It does. And I get to go talk to these special athletes, so I have to sign off here, Tim. But I'm heading down to the finish line to catch the winner.
You do? Okay, Carrie. Well, listen, thanks for joining us. Great to have you here again. My paper's just beginning to blow around. And I'll see you shortly. Okay, the race, of course, just going through halfway. They've negotiated 2 laps, so we're not going to hear a bell just yet. That'll be in a lap's time. But they've gone through 4K in 12:06, so 5K coming up. We're expecting it to be about now. We expect them to be going through in around 15:10, something like that. But we are down to these 5, and we can start focusing upon them now. 15:08, in fact, at 5K. That last kilometre was a 3:02, and of course the projected winning time is 30:16. So, halfway, 15:08, good, strong, healthy running. And the best yet to come, the dust up between these 5 through the second half. Well, Faith Chorono, I think Carrie said she's 19. I have her down as 23, actually, with the best of 31:06. Faith Chorono up there in the black vest to the left of picture. Right in the center there is Joyce Chepkamoy-Tele. Chepkamoy-Tele has run under 31 minutes on the track, but is due a massive personal best for 10K on the road. She's only, in inverted commas, run 31:38, the Kenyan, and I think she is heading for something quicker here. Also look out for Fentaye here. She's looking strong. And Sheila Chepkirui to the right. Looking pretty relaxed at the moment. As relaxed as you can when you're moving at 30 minutes tempo. Back of the group, just tucked in, is Irene Kimais. I talked about her. She was 5th here last year. And with a couple of good half marathons in her legs, she surely will have the strength to survive this 3rd lap. The gaps behind are beginning to widen. Look at the athletes strung out behind in single file. It's going to be a tough last 3 or 4 kilometers for those athletes, because when you're running on your own and you're under pressure, if you've had to let go from a front group, it means you are redlining and you're just having to adopt the more sensible approach to try and maximize your results on the day. In the yellow there is Bekelec Gudeta back in battling for 6th place, and she is has a best of only 33.42. I rather think she's heading for a massive personal best. But these 4 are beginning to get away, and actually the athlete that's dropping away, I think, is Irene Kimais. I'm a little surprised at that. I thought her strength might see her through this 3rd lap at least. So we're down to 4 then. Only 3 can make it onto the rostrum. Who's going to be the next one to peel off this group as Sheila Chepkirui hits the front across the top of the course there, this flat section past the garaging area. And then they'll take the long sweep down towards the bottom end of the course and the start-finish line for these 10K races. That's where they'll hear the bell for the final 2.5 kilometer lap. But they are motoring now pretty quickly. Irene Kimais has eased back on the throttle and disappeared some 40, 50 meters behind or more within the space of about 90 seconds. She's lost probably 6 or 8 seconds on this group, and I think that is down to as much down to an acceleration from the group as it is to any weakening on the part of Irene Kimais, who is still running strongly but isolated in 5th place. 6 kilometers, by the way, 18:15, so that's 6th K of 3:07. But that was running uphill, don't forget. That was on the upslope. Projected winning time at 6K, 30:25. But I just have a sneaking feeling they're going to pick up the tempo in this last 3 or 4 kilometers. So, Sheila Chepkirui to the right of picture. Fentaye Zenebu, who's a personal best outside 33 minutes in the center at the back there, behind Joyce Chepkamai-Tele. And to the left of picture, the shorter figure of Faith Chirono. Well, 4:10, that is Esther Borura in the chasing group, one of the chasing groups. In fact, she's coming through pretty strongly in the background there. 4 in this lead group. Then in 5th place is Irene Kimais on her own. She was 5th here last year. She might well finish 5th again by the looks of things, although they have got over a lap to go. There is no let-up in this group, is there? They are really working hard. You can just see from the expressions on their faces that there is really nobody feeling comfortable cruising at this tempo. It's still a coolish day here. The sun hasn't quite been able to burn off the clouds. Conditions are nearly perfect. It's just a little bit cooler than you might have liked. I think it's not much warmer than about 11 or 12 degrees up in this balcony. It might be 13 and 14 down there on ground level, but we're a little exposed here with the wind getting to us a bit more. These 4, though, enjoying the big turn, the right-hand turn there towards the bottom end of the course. They've now reached 7K, and the time there, 21:17. That was a 3:02 split. I thought it was quick, and that's because they were coming down the slope, down the hill. They'll hear the bell very shortly. The projected winning time, 30:24. Great racing unfolding yet again here as Fentaye to the left of picture just gestures because there was a bit of swapping of positions. Fentaye Zenebu, a bit of swapping of positions there as these four joust for the right running line on these 3 or 4 corners that will send them out onto the final circuit. Tiny figure, isn't she? Faith Chirono, the 23-year-old. 31.06 is her best. She's heading for a massive improvement on that. Well, 7 kilometers, had a 3:02 clocking, 21:17 at 7K. 31 minutes, by the way, would be 3:06 per kilometer, and they're hitting every single split well below that. Well, actually, no, the 6th kilometer was a 3:07, but otherwise they're hitting well below that. And there's the bell to signal them heading out onto the final lap. They come through now, this leading group, and a quartet hot on their heels. I say hot on their heels, probably about 70 meters back. If somebody would break away and make a surge from that chasing group, and somebody from this lead group were to slacken, then we could see a changing of positions. But I rather think the first 3 are going to come from this leading quartet. Actually, the group behind them, the gap behind them is quite big. It's right, there's a foreshortening effect from that last camera shot, but they're on the final lap now here in Herzogenaurach. If you've joined us in the last few minutes, you're seeing the 4th race of 6 at this festival racing. Roads to Records here, the 2nd edition in 2022. Last September saw the inaugural edition when 2 world records were broken in this global headquarters of Adidas. And this 2.5 kilometer circuit for the 10K women involves 4 laps. So we're on the final lap now. We have the 2 5K races to come. Brilliant running so far today with 2 half marathons, and the men's 10K just half an hour or so ago, producing a 26:50 clocking for Kiplimo Candia. And this women's race looks pretty much equally as fast and with spectacular racing. Again, the first 3 going under 27 minutes in the men's 10K. Well, this is fierce. There is no quarter being given at all. And in fact, turning the screw now, Joyce Chepkemoi-Tele, the 26-year-old. Little glance over her shoulder there. It's almost as if to see what damage she's doing. She's applying the pressure here. It's almost like twisting the pressure, turning up the dial, and then having a look to see what effect it's having. And it may be, it just may be, that Faith Chirono is beginning to suffer there in the background. The shortest of the 4 on this final upslope on this 4th and last lap is behind them. And from this angle, you can't really tell if there's a few meters separating her from them, from the leading trio. Sheila Chepkirui still looking strong there in the center. Best of 29:46. She is, as I said earlier, the 5th fastest athlete in history. The world record set in Castellón in Spain on the 27th of February by Yahualo of Ethiopia, 29:14. Well, that is going to possibly stand for quite some time, but anything down around 30 minutes here today would be quite fantastic. 8 kilometers, 24:24, and that last split 3:08. And the projected time is now 30:30, so it doesn't look as though we're going to get a sub-30 clocking here today. But nonetheless, it will be super quick. We will have fast times from several athletes. And more importantly, the sustainable quality that I love is the fact we've got great racing unfolding. Well, Fentaye Zenebu is unheralded. There's no doubt about that. But this is absolutely supreme running from her. She has a very, very limited CV, I'll say that much. And it is indeed Faith Chirono who's had to let go. She is back in 4th place, and the gap is growing, although behind her there's a pretty big gap. It looks like she has guaranteed herself a place in the top 4. If anybody slackens in this leading trio, she is there ready to pounce. but at the moment they're beginning to move away, and in fact it's Zenebu who is pushing hard at the front and testing the other two, and there's a real urgency to the running of Sheila Chepkirui, trying to stay with this, the biggest, the tallest of the three athletes, but she's working hard to match Fentai Zenebu stride for stride, and Joyce Chepkirui, who was the one asking the questions a kilometre or so ago, is now back in third place and might be redlining here. And look at this from Fentai Zenebu. She is pouring it on. Beginning to get the gap. Beginning to get the gap, and significantly so. And Sheila Chepkirui weaving across the road there. The head is back on this downslope. She can't take advantage of the hill because Zenebu here has got fabulous cadence. Look at the turnover rate in the legs. You can see her accelerating. They reached 9K now. They've gone through 9K. We're inside the final kilometre. 27:29 at 9K, and a 3:05 there. That's what's done the damage. The previous kilometre was a 3:08. They are roaring down this slope towards the finish line. 30:32, the estimated finish time. They reached 5K in 15:08. But this has been masterfully handled from a strategic, from a tactical point of view by the Ethiopian here. Little glance over her shoulder, and she would have seen just what she wanted to see. She's done the damage, she's got the gap. Faith Torono was already dealt with, it was down to 3. And this last 3 minutes, she has been pressing the pedal so hard. She has eased away from Joyce Chepkirui and Sheila Chepkirui, both fabulously fast athletes. And Fentai Zenebu here surely is heading for victory, and a famous victory, because I don't think anybody can match this. She has a big gap now. She's maintaining the pressure. She's done the damage. I think what happened was she tempted the other two to go into the red zone, and they are suffering now, because while she's maintaining the pressure, they simply cannot hang on. Look at the grimace, the grit, the determination. It hurts, but you have that glorious feeling, know that you have more or less got the race won, that you've worked for it, and you're not going to let it go now. Psychologically, the finish is in sight, even if she's got to negotiate another corner or two. There is no doubting this. This is a special win for Fentai Zenebu. Heading here for the biggest win of her career. She almost goes wrong there. I don't know how that was possible, but she's on the right track now. Pumping hard with the arms. Storming towards the finish. Fentai Zenebu negotiates the last turns to take victory, surely. The gap behind her is 50 or 60 meters, maybe more. She comes towards the line. Watch the clock. This is going to be quick. Under 30:30, crosses the line there in 30:25 unofficially. And she has run herself into the ground almost literally to a standstill. Boy, oh boy, did she destroy them over that final kilometre. 2:55 for the final kilometre. That is special running. The last 3K took just 9:08. And that includes the upslope, don't forget. You're probably talking about something like 9 minutes if it was a dead flat course. Wow. Unheralded, this athlete, by far the biggest win of her career. Doesn't match the world record-breaking performance of Agnes Tirop last year, 30:01, but it is nonetheless brilliant running. There's a very slight breeze across the Adidas campus here in Herzogenaurach. Conditions, though, as the sun breaks through yet again, absolutely glorious. Sheila Chepkirui, the pre-race favourite, beaten on this occasion. Joyce Chepkirui has run herself to a standstill as others cross the line with under 32 minutes on the clock. Here is that winning form of Fentaye Zenebu. And she'd built up a good lead, and that was all in the last 3 minutes. Destroyed them. That final kilometre, 2:55. Well, impossible is nothing. Certainly was for her this morning. She knew no limits. She was determined to win, and she was hurting so much through those final few hundred metres. Almost in a state of collapse as she crossed the line there. Wonderful to see so much attention and assistance for the athletes there as they come through, every one of them greeted by a minder. Dirop's Angels on her vest. That's a delightful touch. Well, the clock continues to click away, still under 33 minutes. There is Sheila Chepkirui, who on this occasion could not hold back the irresistible form of Fentaye Zenebu. Big pack through the early kilometres. There's the winner, recovering. Totally spent. And that is the result of being able to train superbly. And good coaching will enable you to get 100% out of yourself. And frankly, Fentaye Zenebu, they're looking like she's given 101% of herself. Look at that, hurting everything, every sinew, every muscle in your body is screaming, stop, rest. But she maintained the pressure on herself there to come through for that victory and take some very serious scalps indeed. Sheila Chepkirui, Yasemin Chan, Joyce Chepkamoy, Fancy Chemutai. She has a best of 30.06, Fancy Chemutai, but she was put away pretty quickly, the winner of the RAC Half Marathon back in 2018. And Carrie looks ready to interview the winner. So Carrie there just getting things sorted out. And of course, she will need an interpreter because Carrie's Amharic is as bad as mine. Over to you, Carrie.
All right, everyone, we have Fentaye here. Fentaye, the final kilometer, you just poured it on. Let's hear about it.
የመጨረሻውን ኪሎ ሜትር በጣም ፑሽ አድርገሻል። እንዴት ትገልጫዋለሽ?
በቃ ሩጫው ቀላል ነበር። ያ ሩጫው አሪፍ ነው። ያ አስቤ ሰርቼበታለሁ። እግዚአብሔር ፈቅዷል።
የመጨረሻውን ኪሎ ሜትር ስትሄጂ
አሪፍ ነበር።
She say she feel comfortable. The race was very fantastic. By that case, she have good energy. She try to push the last kilometers.
Coming down, you had such a smile on your face. You have Tear Up's Angels on your chest. What did it mean to win this race today?
ዛሬ ፊትሽ ላይ በጣም የደስታ ስሜት ይታያል። ደረትሽ ላይ ደግሞ የትሮፕ እንትን አለ። ይሄ ማለት ምን ማለት ነው አንቺ?
አሪፍ ነው። እሷ በመሞቷ በጣም አዝነናል። ቲሸርት ለብሰን በመሮጥም ደስ ብሎኛል።
She says, first of all, I wear the Angela Trop t-shirt. When I ran with that one, I am feel very sad and to wear her this t-shirt, very happy for it.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for honoring Agnes today. And way to go on your win. Everybody, our 10K champion. Yay.
Coming from the Bahamas, when I think of home, I think of the marine life, the beaches, the sand, the sun, just paradise. The thought of losing our marine life because of plastic waste really scares me. I would have never thought it was possible. I don't think a lot of people are aware of what effect the ocean has on us. This isn't an island problem, it's a world problem. It needs the world to do something about it. More than ever, now is the time to really come together to try and make a change. There is a way to save the planet by helping end plastic waste.
Well, lovely picture of some celebrations going on there, here on the Adidas campus in Herzogenaurach. A lot of excitement down there amongst some of the spectators and no doubt one or two Adidas staff. Many of them live close by here in the delightful little town of Herzogenaurach. Went out for dinner in the town centre a couple of nights ago, and it's glorious. It's like something out of a fairy tale, actually. It's so pretty. But many of the employees here who work on the Adidas campus commute in from quite a few kilometers away. Whether they're local or less local in their time off, they're all enjoying this Saturday of racing here on the campus of their workplace. And I guess if you're normally sitting at a desk looking out at the grasslands on this rather delightful campus, it's quite nice to be able to go out onto that grassland and not worry about work and just enjoy sport and the sport that you love and see the culmination of all your hard work through great performances and the products happening. And Carrie, while that celebration carries on, I gather you are ready once again.
Nach dem offiziellen Ende haben wir den Adidas Ende.
I just said, yay! And I know, right? I get so excited. Hello, everybody! I am here with Vicky Fries, and I'm so excited to hear from you because you have, first of all, such a cute jacket on, and you have these great shoes, but you have so many cool things happening at Adidas.
Yes, we do. Thank you for sharing that energy. I wore this bright color because this is such an awesome day. And speaking of color, every range of color, every product, we've got you covered at Adidas.
What do you have in your hand there?
So what I have, it's the world record winning shoe for short distances. This is the Adizero Takumi. This is the shoe you want on your feet, whether you're at the starting line or the finish line. It provides cushion, it has a low carbon footprint, and it's going to give you the speed and distance that you're after.
Oh, I love that. Everyone wants to be faster.
Faster, further.
Yes. You also do so many cool things at Adidas. Talk about the initiatives that you have planned for the future and actually what you're doing right now.
So, at Adidas, what drives us is our purpose. We truly believe that through sport, we can change lives. And sport, as you know, is vast and broad. And how you describe it from one person to another is really what motivates you. We want to get people moving. And it's not just about sport, it's about the planet. And everything that we're doing is designed to create a stronger planet, cleaner and greener. So everything that we do to lower our carbon footprint, to using recycled materials, to really encouraging all of us to take our role in the journey to create a cleaner planet is what we are trying to do. So we are on the eve of the amazing Run for the Oceans. Have you heard of it?
I have heard of it.
Are you running with us this year?
I'm running with you.
All right, because this year, it is about running. It's about movement. Every sport is rooted in running, largely, from tennis to football to basketball, you name it. So we are asking everyone to join us for Run for the Oceans this year. Every 10 minutes of activity is the equivalent of removing one plastic bottle from the ocean. So we want you to run with us, download the Adidas running app, sign up. This is a world event. It is one of the biggest running movements on the planet for the planet. And we know that creating a greener planet is a big challenge, but we can do it together.
I love that. We can do it together. Thank you so much for what you're doing, Vicky. And let's get some cute shoes and jackets and things.
Cute shoes and jackets, all at our #1 store,
Yeah.
Adidas.com. Thank you.
There we go.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await. New finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. Running is watching you, and there's no place to hide.
Well, you've got to love the honesty of that that last clip. There's nowhere to hide, and I certainly know when I haven't been doing enough running, because the old belt needs lengthening by another hole or two, the belt buckle. But anyway, it's time for the presentation for the first three in that women's 10K, and what a run it was by Fentaye Belaine. 21-year-old making her debut, as far as I can make out, at 10 kilometers on the road. She ran a really strong 5,000 last year, 14:44, so it was on the cards. That was on the track. But this was some win today. Taking some great scalps, and I think one of the quickest debuts ever for 10K on the road.
Bevor wir gleich zur Siegerehrung kommen, eine wichtige Durchsage, weil das Rennen war nicht nur schnell, es war ein absolutes Rekordrennen, das 3 nationale Rekorde produziert hat. Einmal einen nationalen Rekord für die Türkei mit 32:04 für Jasmine Can. Dann haben wir einen nationalen Rekord für Uganda, für Sarah Chelangat. Ihr Finishing Time war 31:11 und, surprise, surprise, wir haben auch noch einen nationalen Rekord auf dem Stocker. Aber das erfahren wir jetzt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the award for the winning ceremony. Adidas Roads to Records, 10K women, and here they are, the top 3 athletes. Finishing 3rd place from Kenya, her result 30:35. A big hand for Sheila Chepkirui. Finishing 2nd place, her time 30:33. Choice Chepkirui, Kenya. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this race with a new Ethiopian record, 30:24, finishing first, the winner, Zedi Bezebeck, Ethiopia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the medals, the trophies are handed over by Amanda Rajkumar, Executive Board Member, Global Brands, Adidas. And Amanda hands over the flowers to the top 3 of this race. And a big hand from all of you. Ein Riesenapplaus für die Top 3, 10 Kilometer der Frauen.
So the winner of the Road to Records Women's 10K in 2022, Fentai Belane, 30:24 for the Ethiopian in her debut. And that, we understand, is a new Ethiopian women-only record. Boy, oh boy. Ethiopian women have run faster. Yalamzurf Yahualo holds the world record at 29:14, but in a women's only race without male pacemakers, without male company on the road at the same time, that is a new national record, one of the performances of the day. And we go back to the start line now for the men's 5K start. And this is a very strong field again, getting ready, engines revving, and looking forward to their moment in the sunshine, both literally and figuratively. And this is a supreme field, by the way. I cannot wait to get my teeth into this one, and hope you enjoy it too. Short and sharp, of course, a 5K. It will be just 2 laps of this circuit. And there, well, it should be a familiar face to you if you watch a bit of athletics and track and field, stadium athletics. Yomif Kajelcha, 24 years old, fabulous racer. World record of the mile indoors. Mukhtar Edris, he is a legend, this man from Ethiopia, the 28-year-old, twice the world champion on 5,000 meters in 2017 in London and 2019 in Doha, retained his title against the odds. It was an astonishing performance in Doha, one of the biggest shocks in recent years over 5,000 meters, because he hadn't shown any form that summer earlier on. Well, Klaus-Peter Meyer will be the man to get them underway.
As they are, number 3, Birano Bale from Bahrain, Asian Games and Asian Championships gold medalists on 5K distance. The second, Jacob Crop from Kenya, winner of the 5K Adizero Road to Records last year here in St. Place. And
so, Mukhtar Edris, Yomif Kajelcha, that's a race in itself. 5:26 is Takele Nigate. He will be one of the pacemakers. Look out for Telahun Haile Bekele as well. He's run 13:10. He's a 12:53 performer. Many of these men have gone under 13 minutes on the track. So that is a real rarity on the road. The world record is 12:49 by Berehu Aregawi. But Jacob Crop goes in this as well. Won here last year, did the Kenyan. Has a best of 13:02. Crop. And this will be very, very quick indeed. You think the 10K was quick, and they had trouble negotiating that first bend. Watch this one.
Here we are, the race is on.
So away they go then, quite a big field. And it will make this first corner all the more difficult to negotiate. It's a very sharp turn, the speed they're moving at. You can see them leaning into that one. But what can they produce here? Well, let's just say that 13 minutes is 2:36 per kilometer. And if they go anywhere near that, they will be flying around this circuit, as indeed they appear to be at the moment. They've settled down a little bit after that initial surge from the start line. The women's 5K comes next. This is the 5th race of 6th on this second edition of the Road to Records Racing Festival, Elite Racing Festival here in Herzogenaurach, the town that is the site of the Adidas headquarters, global headquarters. And this big field negotiates this left-hand turn before the long drag, the upslope. The climb's some 8 or 9 meters. The pacemakers doing a good job at the moment, just getting clear of everybody else. Mohamed Tindouft in the blue there, the Moroccan. He's an 8'11 steeplechaser. Tindouft was 13th in the Olympic steeplechase last year in Tokyo. He's also run 3:37 for 1,500 meters, so he's got pretty swift legs on him. Ideal as a pacemaker. He's checking his clock or his watch all the time. We're expecting this first kilometer to be something like, oh, I would be surprised if it was much quicker than about 2:40, because that would be 13:20 pace, and they are going uphill, let's forget. 5 to 8 is Kabele and Dela Olkera of Ethiopia, the tall figure in the center of the pack, back in about 8th place at the moment. Levi Kibet is there, the 18-year-old from Kenya. And they are bouncing along very nicely in those shoes on this upslope. But it's tough to go with that pace from the start. You have to warm up, just like as a track race, of course. Get your strides in. Most of these athletes will have done 15 or 20 minutes jogging, warm up, and then some limbering up, some stretches, some strides, a little bit more stretching, just keeping warm and loose. The warm up should take about 40 minutes, really, if you're doing it really thoroughly. But these athletes do have the luxury of not racing at quite so early. The first race of the day, remember, the women's half marathon was at 7 a.m. It's now gone 11:30, and they've that's it. They've negotiated the upslope, and we should get the first kilometre split through very shortly for this men's 5K. But they are being stretched out here. The pacemakers are really tanking along, pulling them along here at such a fast pace that the pack is beginning to break up. And at the big front of the pack, the chasing pack, so to speak, back in about 4th place, is Yomif Kejelcha. He's tall and he's got a real rolling, rocking style from side to side. Just trying to see the names of the athletes behind him. Berhanu is there. Berhanu Bailu, who was 6th in the Olympic 5,000 in Tokyo last year. He's to the left of the group. You might see him, but it's such a big pack at the moment. It's hard to really pick out, although you can see Yomif. That is Yomif Kejelcha. And what a character he is, Yomif Kejelcha. 24 years old. His road 5K is actually very slow. He hasn't really won a big one before. He set it during the Valencia half marathon back in 2019. But he will go much quicker today than the 13:55 beside his name. He holds the world record for the indoor mile at 3:47. That was in Boston 2019. He's also run 3:31 for 1,500 indoors, 12:46 for 5,000 on the track. That is incredibly quick, and that was 4 years ago. So it is thinning out. You can see athletes already beginning to peel off the back here. We're gradually reducing down to a group of about 10 or 12. And there will not be much quarter given here, I can assure you. One athlete's already stepped off the track in the far distance. I saw somebody who had stopped racing. So the athletes then have done the downslope. The downslope, of course, at this speed only takes them about 45 seconds. It's so quick, maybe a minute or slightly more. But they are moving quickly. And this pack is what? About 15 strong at the moment, but they are under pressure. They've gone through 1K. The first kilometer, wait for it, 2:36. And the second kilometer, saw them go through 2K in 5:19. So it was what, a 2:43 that second kilometer? 2:42, something like that. Yeah, 2:42. 2:36 and 2:42, which by my maths means 5:18, but anyway, they are moving well now and approaching the halfway point in this 5K, and to the second left there's that tall, lean figure of Kejelcha. Mukhtar Edris just looking for him. Adisu Yahune, just 19-year-old, making his debut here, and they hear the bell this time. 1 lap done, 1 lap to go. Very little room for error at this speed. Nicholas Kipkoria Kimeli, who was 4th here last year, is up close to the front as well, as Kejelcha takes that bend better than anybody and hits the front for the first time. And he has a lovely, languid, relaxed, bouncy style. But Nicholas Kipkoria Kimeli, the 23-year-old, who has run 12:51 outdoors on the track, is looking strong. And he's at the front with Kejelcha behind him. And Kipkoria Kimeli there to the left with Nicholas on his bib was 4th in the Olympic 5,000 last year. He's a man with a good championship temperament. Kejelcha himself actually ran in the Olympics last year, but having finished 2nd in the World Championship 10,000 in 2019, was only 8th in the Olympic 10,000 in Tokyo last year. I think he was in the wrong event myself.
All my early memories involved being around water. It was something my family shared together. Coming from mainland China, my grandfather never got to interact with the ocean. So when he moved to Canada, it was something he fell in love with. He taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
So we're on the second of 2 laps. They have about 1,500 meters to run. I can see Yamane Baran Crippa of Italy in there, easing through towards the top end of the race. He's a fantastic racer. Is Crippa set a wonderful new Italian record, under 60 minutes for the half marathon in Naples back in February. 3K, 7:58. They're on schedule to run about 13:15 here, but it will be quicker than that. Adisu in the all black, also looking strong, clinging on to these two. He's being dragged clear of everybody else, isn't he? And enjoying it too, because this will ensure him a place in the top 5 or 6. Levy looking strong. Levy Kibet there, just 18 years old. What a talent he is. Back in 4th place. Levy Kibet has never run a road 5K before. He's a 13:26 performer outdoors, but I think he's going to run quicker than that here if he can maintain this. No sign yet of Mukhtar Edris, the twice world champion at 5K on the track, 5,000 on the track, and he really hasn't been a factor. I haven't seen him since the gun. I assume he started the race, but if he is out there, then he's going to struggle to make the top 3 as these two stride out so strongly. And Nicholas Kipkoria Kimeli, having finished 4th last year, having just missed out a place on the rostrum, is attacking here. The little figure to the left there, up alongside the tall, rolling figure of Yomis Kejelcha, is running very, very aggressively. He's tearing it, turning it on here. And Levy in the center with Adisu in the all black, back in 4th place, trying to go with these two. And it's both Nicholas Kipkoria Kimeli and Yomis Kejelcha who are sharing the lead. They're almost jousting like 2 heavyweights, exchanging punches as Levy now tries to get in on the act to the left of picture. The sky in the background almost looking a little thundery, isn't it? Well, the thunder is beginning to happen here because these 3 have got about 1 kilometer to go and it's mostly downhill. Nicholas Kipkoria Kimeli 8th in the World Championships back in 2019. 2 years later, he developed more, a little more strength. Came 4th in Tokyo last year. He was 4th in the Kenyan Cross Country Championships on the 22nd of January. And you have to be fabulously strong to place highly in that particular race. 4K in 10:33, and that means a 2:35 for that 4th kilometer. Wow, 2:43 for the 3rd kilometer because of the upslope, and 2:39, remember, for that 2nd kilometer. So they've gone 2:36, 2:39, 2:43, 2:35, and you can bet this 5th kilometer will be quicker. Kejelcha using that miler's speed on the downslope, bouncing along, the shoulders rocking from side to side. Won the Valencia half marathon 2 years ago in 59:05. So this is a man who's run 3:47 for a mile and 59 minutes for a half marathon. That is some range. That is an extraordinary spread of speed and strength. And these are the chasing athletes. 5:20, that is Berhanu Bailu, who was 6th in the Tokyo 5,000 meters last year at the Olympic Games. That is some indication, some measure of the quality of the racing that's going on up front here. And this is going to be down close to 13 minutes or rather fancy after a 2:35 4th kilometer. Yomif Kejelcha here has got his foot down on the pedal and is flat out, and you can see how hard Nicholas Kipkorir-Kimeli is chasing here, trying desperately to stay with the Ethiopian, but a little glance over the shoulder there from Kipkorir-Kimeli maybe tells the story. He's worried about who's behind him, not chasing that vest of Yomis Kejelcha. Kejelcha too had a little glance over his shoulder, the 24-year-old, because he's under pressure here. He's got to hold it now for another few seconds, but he has got the gap. That is critical. The psychological elastic band has snapped, and Yomif Kejelcha is away. The 12:46 man on the track is going to run a massive personal best here as he comes towards the line. And look at the clock! How quick is this? 2:54 unofficially the winning time for Kejelcha. Nicholas Kipkorir-Kimeli surely has gone under 13 minutes as well. Well, that, by my reckoning, is the 3rd quickest time in history. Only 2 men have ever gone under 13 minutes for 5,000. Berhu Adagawi's world record, 12:49 from Barcelona last December. And Joshua Cheptegei with 12:51, his world record in Monaco back in February 2020. But he's just run, unofficially, 12:54, Yomif Kejelcha. His final kilometer, I can't work it out right now. I'm just staggered at the speed produced over the final 2 kilometers by these men. Supreme racing at the front end. Absolutely at their limit. Kejelcha was flat out for that last kilometer. Nicholas Kipkorir-Kimeli was flat out for the last kilometer. But Kejelcha just that little bit stronger, that little bit faster. Here it is. What, about 20 meters that gap as they took the final turn. And Yomif Kejelcha came towards the line. Don't let's forget he's run 26:49 for 10,000. He has it all. Speed aplenty, tons of strength. He's always been a wonderful racer with a big kick. His 8th place in the Olympic 10,000 last year was a real disappointment. I still think he was in the wrong race myself. He's based in the States for much of the year, has been for the last 3 or 4 years. Yomif Kejelcha so speaks pretty good English, I understand. We'll find out in a minute. You could see Kari Tollefson just then getting ready to have a chat with our race winner. But unofficially there, 12:54. He's looking for a drink, I think, Yomif Kejelcha. Kari Tollefson looking for her microphone. She's got it. You can see her there right in the center of the picture, just about ready to get going. That was some race. And I'll tell you what I've loved about today. We haven't had a world record yet, but we have had racing that is of a rare quality. And Kari, I understand you're ready to speak to our champion.
All right, everybody. I am down here with Yomif. And Yomif, we believe this is a world-leading time.
Thank you so much.
You really held off in that last 300, 400 meters. Everyone was charging hard, but you were charging the hardest. What were you thinking with 100 meters to go?
So I'm working hard. So I'm back. So it's big injury. Today I'm run well. I'm so happy. Thank you for inviting me, Adidas. So I'm happy for today.
Can I tell you one more? I have to tell you one more exciting thing. What we're hearing is that's the third fastest ever over 5K on the roads.
Oh, it started a little bit hard. I'm tired. After 2 kilometers, so I'm relaxing. I'm running for winner. I'm forget about time.
You do. You run to win, not for time. How do you celebrate?
I'm so happy.
Well, thank you so much, Yomif. Third fastest ever.
Keep it simple. Makes me happy winning. Running very fast times. Not far off the world record, Yomif Kejelcha there. He is, I said he's a great racer. Well, he's twice world indoor champion at 3,000. He's almost every race he's in the first 3. He is Mr. Consistent. He has been a prolific racer over the last 5 or 6 years, although he's just eased back on that the last couple of years. I think because racing for 10,000 and half marathon, and I'm sure he will run a great marathon one day, you need to focus a little bit more on the task at hand. You can't race half marathons every weekend. You can race 3,000s and miles and 5,000s. You can bang them in pretty regularly, and you can get quite a lot of racing done in a 3 or 4 week period. But at half marathon, you have to focus a lot more. And boy, was he focused today over 5,000 meters on the roads here in Herzegovina. Great win there. Unofficially 12:54. We're still waiting for that. 12:53, I understand, his winning time. Kerry.
All right, everybody. I want to turn your attention to one of the legends that's been walking around. If you have not seen her, we're going to show you a little bit about her, Mary Keitany.
We'll see the clock ticking away. She'll now realize that she's heading for something special. She's heading for something great. And now heading towards a world record for the women's only marathon. Mary Keitany of Kenya.
Mary Keitany, on New York's best day, she comes to the tape as New York's best for a 4th time.
All right, Mary Keitany, we have loved having you around. Have you been enjoying your day back at the Adidas headquarters?
Yeah, very much. I've been enjoying, and it was a good day today, and really it's amazing, and I'm happy. And all my thanks go to the sponsor and the team for actually inviting us to be in this amazing event.
Do you miss racing?
Yes, I miss racing, and I feel like being in the TV running, because I was like, I was inside running too, and really it's enjoyable, yeah, I can say.
Well, you've been part of the Adidas family for years, and I bet, Spencer, you kind of just want her to get back out there.
Oh yeah, we've had some secret discussions. She doesn't know it, but she's Mary's making her comeback in at the end of the year. But no, all jokes aside, I'm really kidding. But amazing, what a race! I mean, it was a world lead, 3rd fastest time ever, a European record, an Italian record, a Kenyan national record, Eritrean national record, and a Bahrainian national record. So amazing, what a race!
The entire day has been amazing.
No, absolutely. It's amazing for us to have the opportunity to bring everybody here to come and do their best. And the first thing Yomif said to me was, sorry. But there's no need to be sorry when you're running 12:54.
That's right. Well, we just have had so much fun. Thank you. We still have one more race to go.
We do. This is the one. Let's make it happen.
All right. You heard it from the man himself. Let's go.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await. New finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. Running is watching you, and there's no place to hide.
So we can go to the victory ceremony now, if that's a men's 5K. Kejelcha 12:53. By the way, his last 3 kilometers, 7:49. Quick, eh? Great race.
Warten noch auf uns. Die 5 Kilometer der Frauen und dort mit einem ganz speziellen Ansatz, nämlich 2 männliche Pacemaker die ganze Zeit mit auf der Strecke, weil unsere Athletinnen jagen nämlich nicht den Women's Only Rekord, sondern den Mixed Rekord. Und jetzt kommen wir zur Siegerehrung. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the award for the prize giving ceremony 5K men. And here they are, the top 3 from Kenya, with a time of 13:02, Levi Kibet.
Well, let me tell you, that 13:02 represents the 4th fastest time in history. That makes him the 4th fastest timer in history. Actually 5th, of course, because he was 3rd in this race.
Second place from Kenya, finishing time 12:55. Nicholas Kimeli.
12:55. Well, Yomith Kejelcha with his victory became the 3rd fastest in history. Nicholas Kimeli, 12:55 is the 4th fastest in history.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this race from Ethiopia. His final speed, his time, 12:53. Absolutely marvelous. Congratulations, Yomith Kejelcha.
What a run from Kejelcha. So these 3 athletes, Kejelcha the winner, Kipkore Kimeli is 2nd, Kibet 3rd, become the 3rd, 4th and 5th fastest in history with that racing today. Just superb.
Und mit diesem Rennen sind sie die 3., 4. und 5. schnellsten über diese Distanz in einem Rennen. And the trophies are being handed over by Klaus-Peter Meyer, the Senior Vice President, brand Adidas Europe.
Well, in many ways, perhaps the performances of the day today. The performance of the day by Kejelcha there. Delightful young man. He's been around for years, and he's still only 24. I think he was racing quite superbly when he was 17, when he first came onto the scene a few years back. And I remember thinking at the time, how can he be 17 and he's doing what he's doing? Well, here we are, 6 or 7 years later. And I think this young man has got more world records in legs. He holds the world record for the indoor mile. He's getting stronger all the time, and surely the world record at the 5,000 lies ahead for him, if not on the track, then on the roads. And we have just one race left now. It is the women's 5 kilometers, of course, 2 laps again. Well, there's the setting here in Herzogenaurach, Adidas's global HQ. And one race to come, and it promises to be yet another real humdinger as we see the caliber of this field, and big expectations for the ladies in this women's 5K. There have been whisperings of more records in particular around this race. Will those come to fruition? The world record is 14:19 by Ejigehu Taye of Ethiopia. That was in Barcelona just last December. And the ladies will be having their last nervous minute or two before they get underway.
Coming from the Bahamas, when I think of home, I think of the marine life, the beaches, the sand, the sun, you know, just paradise. The thought of losing our marine life because of plastic waste really scares me. I would have never thought it was possible. I don't think a lot of people are aware of what effect the ocean has on us. This isn't an island problem, it's a world problem. It needs the world to do something about it. More than ever, now is the time to really come together to try and make a change. There is a way to save the planet by helping end plastic waste.
Over to the start line for this women's 5K, then the 6th and final race of this Road to Records Racing Festival here in Herzogenaurach. There is Nigsti Haftu, 3rd here last year in this 5K. That was back in September. I can tell you the first 5 from last September's 5K are back for more. Agnes Ngetic, 4th here last year, best of 15:02 for Ngetic, the 22-year-old Kenyan. Senberi Teferi is the defending champion, the Ethiopian, winning here by 35 seconds last year. It was an incredible run by Teferi. It was a world record of 14:29 that she ran. That has since been broken by Taye just last December, so some 2 or 3 months after she won here in Herzogenaurach.
I'm proud to present to you the top 3 of
and Vicky Free ready to get this race underway. Will this be as spectacular as the men's? I was sneaking feeling it will be. Conditions are good. The wind just picking up a little bit up here on this balcony. I wonder if it's the same down there on ground level. Nadia Bartocletti, the Italian star, in the center there. She was 7th in the 5,000 meters in the Tokyo Olympic Games last year. Agnes Ngetic being introduced to the crowd was 4th last year in 15:02. The champion, Senberi Teferi, won the New York half marathon back on the 20th of March, so some 5 weeks ago, in 67.5 minutes. She's in really good form. We know she's strong, we know she has good speed. On the Boston 5K 2 weeks ago, the Boston Marathon weekend in 14:49.
And the starting signal is given by Vicky Free, Senior Vice President, Marketing Adidas.
Away they go then. Well, they do have male pacemakers. Thierry Ndikumwenayo of Burundi is in there in the yellow. And he will take these ladies round at a good healthy clip and hopefully take them round to something rather special. We'll obviously bring you those kilometre splits as they come through. But when Teferi set the world record last September, the then world record, she went through 3K in 8:43, and it will need something of that sort of magnitude here today to get down there to really quick times once again. But Ndikumwenayo of Burundi looking nice and relaxed, and of course a huge advantage to these ladies having a male pacemaker who can control it and run the splits to perfection. You can see Marion Jepngetic to the right there, and Nadia Batocletti of Italy trying to hang on to the coattails of this leading pack of about 10. They negotiate this big left-hand sweeping turn early on in the circuit. Remember, it's only 2 laps, and they're on the upslope now. Watch out too for Mercy Chirono there. Fabulous athlete, very experienced. Her best is only 15:15, but she's a former world junior cross-country champion. She's a Commonwealth 5,000 meters champion. She's got enormous strength as Mercy Chirono, and she's the tallest. Quite an imposing figure, isn't she? The tallest of these athletes. Powerfully built, and she's got a lovely galloping stride, a high knee running style that I love to watch. She's a really, really lovely mover. Senberi Teferi in the light blue and white strip, tucked in behind the pacemaker Ndikumwenayo. I wonder if there's a little indication there that they are running into a little bit of a breeze. The trees to the right don't really seem to be moving much, do they? So maybe there's not much wind down there, but there's certainly a little bit more of a breeze. It's just picked up slightly over the last 10 or 15 minutes. But this is quick already. Batocletti is having to let them go, along with Emily Lipari of the USA. Lipari's road best is 16 minutes exactly. She's the extreme left in the background there, although she has run 15:17 on the track, the 29-year-old. I wonder if she will work with Batocletti to try and optimize their 2 laps around this circuit. The circuit, if you've just joined us in the last couple of minutes, goes around the Adidas headquarters here on the edge of the town of Herzogenaurach, where Adidas Global HQ has been for many, many years. It's a 2.5-kilometer circuit, and obviously for this 5K, the last race of the day, they've got to negotiate 2 laps of it. You can see that Ndikumwenayo pointing down to the running line that he advises for Senberi Teferi. There's clearly been a little bit of work going on behind the scenes to make this good for her, and she's going with him, and he's dragging her clear, and there is a gap. Single file now for these athletes. Well, Teferi has fabulous form. She was the world silver medalist at 5,000 meters back in 2015 in Beijing, and a world cross-country silver medalist that same year in China. And Mercy Chirono back in 2nd place behind Senberi Teferi. When I say 2nd place, I'm ignoring the figure of Thierry Ndikumwenayo in the yellow there, the Burundian. And Zena Cheptu is there as well, the 19-year-old Kenyan. Was 10th in the 10K here last year. She's in the all blue strip, back in what, about 6th place at the moment.
All my early memories involved being around water. It was something my family shared together. Coming from mainland China, my grandfather never got to interact with the ocean. So when he moved to Canada, it was something he fell in love with. He taught me the values of protecting the environment and the things that we love. This connection to our oceans and rivers remains something that unites us all.
So very early on, 5 minutes on the clock, And they are blasting through these first couple of kilometers, the ladies. The timing system for the moment has had a bit of a brain explosion because the splits for the first and second kilometers are through already, and they are way too fast. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I thought it had all been going a bit too smoothly with the timing. It's been wonderful. Helmut Winter and his timing system, his reaction to the timing system, the information put online is absolutely fantastic. Huge thanks to him and to all the volunteers who are helping out with today's races as well. And the races are not yet over because this 5K is building nicely for the ladies. Zedi Bezebeck, the defending champion, looks to be heading for a successful defense of that title, as Mercy Chirono looks almost shell-shocked back in second place because she's tried to go with this, but Teferi has gapped her, got that gap, and she's going further clear, and there's a big gap behind Mercy Chirono. Mercy Chirono, though, has such an astonishing CV. She won the World Youth 3000 in 2007. She won the World Junior 3000 in 2008. She won the World Junior Cross Country in 2010. She's a Commonwealth champion. She was 4th in Rio at the Olympic Games in 2016 at 5,000. She's run 8:21 for 3,000, making her one of the quickest athletes in history. She has a huge strength. And surely today she's going to run a massive personal best. Her best on the roads is 15:15. I think she's going to go a lot better than that. So 2K 550. 2K 550. And that would mean she's moving, they're moving at around 254, 255 per kilometer, and that would have them heading down for 14:30, which is interesting because the world record is 14:19, and Teferi is the second fastest in history with 14:29. She could be heading for a personal best here, Teferi, if not a world record. She goes through, so does Mercy Chirono. And Unduki Mwanayo leading her around these bends, almost coaching her around these bends. The respectable Burundian doing a good job pacemaking. Although this is one of those situations where I feel a little bit strange about it, because she is now getting pacemaking assistance, and Zedi Bezebeck, the leader, but nobody else is. And certainly Mercy Chirono is not, back in second place. She's all on her own. She hasn't got a male pacemaker helping her along with her efforts on this second lap. And I always feel that in marathons, for example, the pacemakers should have to drop out at 30K and let the racing athletes actually race those last 10 or 11 kilometers. But sometimes you see a pacemaker helping a leader in the last few kilometers when the athletes chasing in second, third, fourth and so on haven't got pacemaking help. And that, for me, unevens the playing field. I like to see an even playing field. I like fairness. However, Zedi Bezebeck quite dominant here, and I think she's more about chasing records here. Her 14:29 from last year is the second quickest in history. It's 10 seconds slower than the world record. I'm not sure she's going fast enough to threaten the world record. She might threaten her own personal best, 14:29, 5:50. So she's moving at 2:55 pace. When she set the world record, she went through 3,000 in 8:43. Well, at the moment, she's on 8:45 tempo for 3,000. The gap back to Mercy Chirono has grown markedly, hasn't it? There's a foreshortening effect there. The second place Chirono is quite a long way back. The last kilometer, 2:49, so 8:39. Wow, that is quick. That is quicker than last year. And that brings her into a 14:25 predicted time, and the world record is 14:19. Now, if the pacemaker here, Unduki Mwanayo, in this mixed race, I have to emphasize that this is not a women-only race. Clearly, it's a mixed race, so it's a separate category in a way. But if Unduki Mwanayo can carry on coaxing her through here, he's almost talking to her and saying, come on, keep it going, push hard, stick with me. And if you can keep dragging her through, and she looks good. She looks really strong, Zedi Bezebeck, for my money. The defending champion, the second fastest in history. And when she ran that 14:29 last year, let's not forget, she won by what we say in English is a country mile. She won by 35 seconds. There was a huge gap behind her. She may do the same today because Mercy Chirono is perhaps being caught by those behind her. Indukum Wenayo very, very actively coaxing Teferi through this third quarter of the race. They're negotiating the upslope, and they've done that now, and they take this turn, and it flattens out across the top of the course. They'll go past the garaging area at the top of the Adidas campus, and then the long downslope. And there's a good side-on shot of the pair of them. You can see just how well they're moving here. And Teferi has the presence of mind to check her watch, can you believe? Now, across this flat section, and then a gradual sweep right and left, and then the long downhill drag towards the finish. But what awaits her? What sort of time? Will it be a record? Will it be a personal best? The world record is held by her compatriot, so to break the Ethiopian record, she's got to break the world record. But she could set a personal best here. She could set an event record, and she's working incredibly hard. And Indukum Wenayo is doing everything he can to coax her through. But has she got it in her legs? Certainly the gap is growing to those behind. Waiting for the 4K split. It won't be long now. Remember, 8:39 at 3K. That is fabulous. That is quick. That's a fabulous time on the track on its own, 8:39. But what can she produce here? She must be close to 4K. Yes, 11:40 at 4K. That was a 3:01. She's suffered a little bit there, but that did include the uphill, and the projected time now is 14:35. So she needs to fly through this final kilometer. She's still bouncing along well. Plenty of high knee lift there. To the extreme right of picture, you can see Mercy Chirono chasing hard. Chirono going well. Zedi Bezebeck, without any doubt, heading for a retention of her title from last year. She won the Boston 5K on the roads 2 weeks ago in 14:49. She's going to be considerably quicker than that here today. She won the New York Half Marathon a month before that, back on the 20th of March. So as we know, she's got great form. She's got winning form. Winning is a lovely habit to have. She's checking her watch. I can't believe she's checking her watch. Just keep your head down and race. Come on, run hard. Who am I to tell her to run hard? But it's so tempting. She cannot resist it. And you can see there, back in third place, Medina Asa, the 17-year-old Ethiopian, who is having a fabulous run herself. Now, her personal best on the roads is 15:13. She's run 14:59 on the track, and I think Medina is heading for a monstrous new personal best, the youngster, only 17. And of course, Mercy Chirono, well, far more experienced at the age of 30, in second place. Could be under threat from young Medina, as now Zedi Bezebeck has negotiated most of the downhill. She continues to charge on, 11:40 at 4K. That third kilometer maybe did a little bit of damage. It was 2:49. It was very hard. And now Zedi Bezebeck is on her own as Indukum Wenayo steps aside, his job done, and she's off the course. She's on the pavement. Needs to get back on the road. It's a straight section, so that shouldn't have resulted in any. In fact, she's probably run a metre or two further there because she had to swing back left onto the road. How is that possible? Zedi Bezebeck, though, into the finishing straight, psychologically negotiates this little left-hand turn. She's being roared on by the crowd. 14:28 on the clock. Comes into the straight now. Last year, she ran 14:29. It's not quite as quick here. She has looked tired, but it's a fabulous victory once again by Teferi there. Unofficially, about 14:38. And again, an athlete on her knees has given 101%. What a run there from Medina. She does steal second place from Mercy Chirono. Chirono out-sprinted by a 17-year-old there over the last few hundred meters. Mary Kaitani, an interested spectator there. Both of those second and third places will have been a long way under 15 minutes as well. But Senberi Teferi, fabulous stuff. And that for Teferi, well, only she and two other athletes have gone quicker than her time. If she has run 14:38, and that's my unofficial estimate of the clock, then it is still a wonderfully quick time. And she's happy, she's enjoying that, Teferi. That's a quick recovery from an athlete who was on her knees within seconds of crossing the line. Wow. She has given absolutely every ounce of strength there. 5,000 meters, I'm biased because I'm a very old 5,000 meter runner, but it's that where middle distance and long distance racing meet, and that clash of the two genres. It's a very, very tough fitness to get right, I think, 5,000. You need to do middle distance training, you need to do a lot of strength and stamina training, and when you get that blend right, it's a super fitness because you can run 800 well and 1,500 mile, and you can run 10,000 meters and half marathon well, but it's a tough one. It really takes it out of you. Medine there, taking the second place. So a 1-2 for Ethiopia in the women's 5K, and Medina, well, so pleased with that, the youngster. Learning, what a learning curve she has negotiated today. Medina, the youngster. Medina Isa is her name. 15:13, her best before today, and she's just rung a long way under. Now watch the clock as she crosses the tape. Yeah, I reckon they're going to give her 14:38 for that. It doesn't matter. It's been a fantastic run from Teferi to retain her title. So nearly a personal best. She couldn't care less. Look, the celebration was well underway. And Mercy Chirono accepting third place for Kenya behind the two Ethiopians. Well, I suspect an interpreter will be necessary. I know for sure that Kari Tollefson's Amharic extends no distance at all, but Kari is ready, I understand, with our champion.
All right, everybody, we're waiting on our interpreter. Senbere, you were dancing after. You must have been so pleased with your run.
Okay. ከሮጥሽ በኋላ ከጨረስሽ በኋላ እየደነስሽ ነበርና ምንድነው ንገሪኝ?
ዳንስ አይደለም ሽሻባ ነው ለእግዚአብሔር ነው የሸሸበሰብኩት። አዎ ምስጋና ነው።
Yeah, just she was thankful for the God. It was like praying. So she was thankful for the God.
Well, we were so thankful for that amazing run. You went for it. You went for that record. You took off after the pacer. You let him lead you through. You were going for it. Where did you know that it wasn't quite the day for the record, but it was a day for another win?
Yeah. ለሪካርድ አይደለም የነበረው ቀኑ ለማሸነፍ ነበር የሆነውና እንዴት ነበር?
አዎ እኔ ግን ለሪካርድ ነው የመጣው። እግዚአብሔር ያለ ነው የሆነ ሞክረ ነበረ ግን ወደ 2 ኪሎ ሜትር ሲቀር ትንሽ ዳገትም ስላለ ከበደኝ።
I tried to break the record, but after 3 kilometers it was very hard for her, so she can only run PB.
We are so thrilled for you. We were all cheering for you. Way to end the day on a high note. Continue doing what you're doing, and congratulations.
Thank you.
አመሰግናለሁ። ደስ ብሎኛል። ሪከርድን ባይሳካ ማሸነፌ በጣም ደስ ብሎኛል። እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን። ሁሉም አዲዳስ ካምፓኒ ሁሉም አመሰግናለሁ። በጣም ጫማም ቆንጆ ነበር የተዘጋጀልን እና እንደዚህ ቀጥሉ። ሌላ የተሻለም ስለምታዘጋጁልን ከዚህ የተሻለ እኛም ተዘጋጅተን እንሮጣለን። አመሰግናለሁ በጣም ማናጀሮችም እንደዛ አሰልጣኞችም ሁሉም በቴሌቪዥን በዩቲዩብ በሁሉም የሚመለከቱኝም ሰዎችም ሁሉም አመሰግናለሁ። እንደ ዓለም ቁጭ ብሎም እንደ ኢትዮጵያ ሁሉ ሀገር ላይ ሆኖ እኛም የሚመለከቱን ሰዎች ሁሉ አመሰግናለሁ ይላለሁ።
She would say thank you for everyone, for the fun, for Adidas, for to make the super shoe, and also to make this wonderful race. She wants to say thank you for everyone. So she is very happy with the results she get today.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 5K winner!
One very happy Ethiopian athlete.
Running knows your secrets. It knows what you did last winter and what you didn't. It knows when your legs have put in the work and when they're made of nothing more than bluff. It knows when you've done the hard miles, when you've done all the unglamorous stuff. It knows when you've paid winter's rent. It knows. A new season of racing is coming. New start lines await, new finish lines to chase. New opportunities to shine. Running is watching you, and there's no place to hide.
For different function, activities, business partners, athlete partners, and it's a little bit coming together for one purpose, that is about sport and the best of sport.
Spencer, speaking of having employees and people here from all over the globe, you have national records set from all over the globe today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the men's 5K is undoubtedly the highlight. When just, as I was rambling off those records, Kenya national record, Bahrainian, etc., world lead, Ethiopian national record. So fantastic event, fantastic opportunity, and I think the athletes really liked it. And yeah, we didn't quite finish on the high that we wanted, but to Alberto's point, it's about sport. It's about coming out here and having an opportunity to do your best, and Senberry definitely tried that.
The shoes are amazing. What can we expect for the future?
I think, we've always made shoes and we've always made amazing shoes. Now we just made even more amazing shoes. I think the athletes have been an integral part of what we do as a brand. They've given us feedback. They've been part of the testing. And, to finish off like that with a world lead and an Italian national record, we continue to ramble them off. And I think, there's no stopping us. We have an amazing team that keeps putting together amazing product, and there's no stopping us now.
Do you think we're going to have another Road to Records?
I think you need to speak to Alberto, but I'd love to.
I would say that, when we talk about records, and those are the edge of something, they represent something, but what's behind that is what drives us, what motivates us, what is our instinct of pushing the boundaries and overcoming the accepted belief that make us better every day. So records are a representation. What's behind our instinct, our motivation, and our drive is what makes the big difference. And this is true for every one of us, for the brand, and every one of our people.
Impossible is nothing, right?
Exactly.
Thank you guys so much.
Hello everyone and a warm welcome to our media day ahead of the second Road to Records event. My name is Simon Lockett, Category Director for Racing Footwear here at Adidas. Following last year's record-breaking inaugural event, which saw not only one but two world records being broken on the very same day here on our Herzogenaurach campus, including Simberi Teferi shattering the 5K world record with the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8, we're thrilled to be speaking to you again today. We're confident that this year's event is set to provide even more countless awe-inspiring race moments from our world-class athletes, including the likes of Abel Kipchumba, Ronix Kipruto, Kibiwot Kandi, and of course, Simberi Teferi, to name just a few. Pushing the limits of performance isn't a new concept for us. We're constantly innovating to design and engineer the best high-performance products that make athletes better, faster, stronger, as we strive to be the best sports brand in the world. But this legacy didn't happen overnight. We have such a long history of running here at Adidas, especially within our Adizero range. Developed with and home for the fastest athletes in the world, the success story for Adizero, as we all know, began on the 28th of September 2008, when Haile Gebrselassie became the first person to break the 2:04 barrier wearing the Adizero Adios 1. Since then, the world's best have continued to smash records, continued to run PBs, and continued to top podiums. This includes, of course, Perez Chepchirchir, who set a new world record for the half marathon, wearing then the Adios Pro 1 in Prague in 2020. Following this, Perez made history by becoming the first athlete to win Olympic gold and the New York Marathon in the same year in the next generation Adios Pro, the Adios Pro 2. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Road to Records event, Simberi Teferi shattered the 5K world record in the all-new Adizero Takumi Sen 8. I think we can all agree, all very impressive feats that we're incredibly proud of here at Adidas and within this Adidas running team.
Coming from the Bahamas, when I think of home, I think of the marine life, the beaches, the sand, the sun, you know, just paradise. The thought of losing our marine life because of plastic waste really scares me. I would have never thought it was possible. I don't think a lot of people are aware of what effect the ocean has on us. This isn't an island problem, it's a world problem. It needs the world to do something about it. More than ever, now is the time to really come together to try and make a change. There is a way to save the planet by helping end plastic waste.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir kommen zur nächsten Siegerehrung. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony of the 5K race in women's category is now ready. And here they are. Lining up the top 3 of this race. Finishing third place. Her time, 14:56 from Kenya. Mercy Chirano. finishing second place from Ethiopia. Her finishing time is her new personal best, 14:53. Ladies and gentlemen, Medina Asa. And now stepping up the podium, the winner from Ethiopia. Her finishing time, 14:37. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Zenebre Teferi. Here they are, the top three, and they receive the trophies and the flowers. All this, the trophies are handed over by Wiki Free. She's Senior Vice President, Marketing at Adidas. The victory, the trophy, and the flower, and beautiful pictures from our photographer team, and smiling pictures going around the world via YouTube.
Show the world you can do anything if you don't stop.
Breaking a world record, it's like a runner's dream, but it's not the finish line.
There is always a choice. Do you run fast or push to become faster?
One step after the other, 1K after the other, one race after the other.
No matter if it's sunny, rains, or snows. As long as I run, I will get faster.
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 Eins der am meisten erwarteten vom Adidas Team. Es ist nämlich jetzt das Adidas Team Race. So stay tuned, nicht davonlaufen. Auch da braucht es ganz viele Fans an der Strecke. Wir bereiten uns vor auf das letzte, auf das finale Rennen an diesem wunderbaren Frühlingstag.
All right, Tim, we had a wonderful day here at the Adizero Road to Records. What were some of your highlights?
Oh boy, I mean, it seems kind of unfair to pick out a highlight, doesn't it? But I think Yomif Kejelcha's 5K, you know, his win in 12:53 was special. His last 3,000 meter was 7:49, and you know, he, as well as all the other winners, were giving absolutely everything through that. I think, in a way, because the last kilometer is downhill, it makes you exhaust yourself even more because you cannot resist running really hard when your legs are turning over like that.
We saw so many of the races really kind of come to life in that last 1,000. Let's go through each race, if you don't mind. Let's start with the women's half.
I'd love to, but I've got it all written down here because I can't memorize it, I'm afraid. No, so listen, she ran a PB by nearly a minute, Tigis Asefa, to win that women's half marathon, 67:28. Anything under 70 minutes is world class. You get down under 68 minutes, that is cracking along. It was really, really quick running. She only won by 8 seconds. You know, the second and third places, both under 68 minutes. So it was fast half marathon racing. And let's not forget, it's 7 in the morning. Not everybody wants to run at 7 in the morning. It was cold as well.
Well, Tigis is very fast. We've talked about her track pedigree. She came into that half marathon winning in a sprint finish. It was pretty amazing. The men's half.
Men's half, Matthew Kimeli, 59:30. From Bernard Kimeli, 59:32. I mean, again, anything under 60 minutes. Early in the morning, it was pretty cool. You know, this is not a super fast course. Let's be really honest about that. You want world records. You want, whether it's marathon, half marathon, 10K, 5K, it doesn't matter. You run on the flat. I mean, you know, it's not rocket science. You need a flat surface. And this is on a slope. So the times today And last year were quite miraculous. So 59.30 for a half marathon on an upslope and a downslope, 8-lap course is very, very good.
We have about a minute left, Tim. 10Ks were spectacular.
10K spectacular. Candieo, 4th fastest all time. He was already, but improved his PR. There was the fastest ever second place in that men's 10K. The women's 10K, Fentai Belane, in her debut, I think, setting a new national record for Ethiopia in a women's only 10K. And the 5Ks were just phenomenal too. You know, Kijelchev, 12.53, number 3 all time. Teferi there in that last race, 14.37. And I think every single winner finished out on their feet. You know, I love seeing athletes give 101%. And they're not machines. You can't ask for any more than for them to run 101%. And if the result is fantastic or a little disappointing, they've done their best.
Well, and they did a great job. We also remembered Agnes here up today. We had so much fun here at the Adidas headquarters. It was wonderful. It was
for me, unique. You know, I've been commentating 32 years. I've never been to a road running festival like this before. So for me, it was a unique experience, and it has been spectacular. What a wonderful setting.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing all the talking today.
Most of it.
Lots of commentary by Tim. It was a great day.
Loved it.